15, it's back into 12. Oh High went up 15, got to 19. It's back into 16. Shervo went up 31, got to 34, into 19 now. Raccamello went up 19, is 23. And then we got Charlatan, went up 19, is now 31. Troac, 34 to 41. Romius is 23 out to 61. And Talento, as much as $251, this is now $81. But Contemporary, your 280 favourite here for the first on the invitation day. 280, $7 Secret Revolution. Snitcat gets out to its $8 now, and Maduri Fuji remains the only other runner in single figures at $9.50. Away from the three picks, that's been the punters' sort of interest all week, and the favourite now $2.90. Contemporary. Secret Revolution at $7.50. The firm is Maduri Fuji here for Björn Baker into $8 now, and looks like running second pick. The way we're going, we're on start time and they're only just starting to load. $3 the field, Greg. There's your favourite at the top here, $3 Contemporary.
And that's the way Lizzie went after looking at them all in the yard. A few of them couldn't handle the pressure. This is a big day for these babies, being through the process of in and out of stables, having a break, coming back in, and then all of a sudden this hits them. Secret Revolution comes up into the gates. 1,000 metres, the barrier's set to the outside fence with that movable rail which guides them onto the inside rail as part of the course proper. Let's go up to Darren Flindell for race number 1. This is the Kirkham Plate over 1,000 metres.
Blue cap, Raccamello the white, Romeus the red cap, Oh High going forward now the black cap, and down the bottom is Troach with the yellow coloured cap. So two to move forward. Charlatan about to go in along with Talento. So Charlatan's right and Talento up to the outside. So a big field of 13 two-year-olds here to kick off a big day's racing here at Royal Randwick. Contemporary, our first favourite. They're all locked away. The Kirkham field ready for dispatch. Waiting for the all clear. Set now. And the gates are back. They're off and racing, and Bell Ryer left the gates really well. Queen of the Ball was fast out from the wide draw, showing good muster. And now Secret Revolution's pushing forward. They follow just behind to Oh High, handily position from Snitcat, then came Maduri Fuji. Further back then to Troach on the rail. Shervo's pushing forward there in the white headgear on the outside of the favourite Contemporary. He's getting a bit cluttered up. Further back in the field to Raccamello. Well back then came Romeus from Talento as they come around the home turn, and Secret Revolution got to the front from Queen of the Ball. Oh High tucked away on the inside. Further back to Bell Ryer and Snitscat inside the 300 metres, and Queen of the Ball took the lead away from Secret Revolution. Then came Oh High. Shervo sticking to the task wide out. The ball's wobbling all over the place, and Oh High went up the inside. Late on the scene is Snitcat. It's Oh High and Queen of the Ball. Oh High, Queen of the Ball. Oh High got there just. Oh High bit a very erratic Queen of the Ball. Snitcat in the blue cap running third, and then came Charlatan with a cracking run late. Further back to Shervo, Contemporary. Deeper out was Raccamello. Secret Revolution dropped out, followed then by Bell Ryer. A gap back to Maduri Fuji from Romeus, Troach, and Talento was one of the last to finish.
So the fillies dominate here in the Kirkham Plate. Oh High, number 10, a filly by Exceed and Excel out of Medaglia d'Oro Mare. 10 Oh High, Tim Clark for James Cummings. The stable sent out 5. The black cap of Oh High, victorious. The I Am Invincible filly, Queen of the Ball, number 11, has run second. 10, 11, and it'll be Snitcat, number 12, in third spot by Schnitzel, Gary Portelli and Jason Collett. So the fillies come out on top well and truly.
Yeah, look, I think we sort of may have mentioned that before the start, the way some of these lads had been behaving. Maybe these fillies come into play, and they did. 1, 2, 3, Ojai. Oh High was pretty good. Queen of the Ball did a little bit of work to get outside the lead and just wanted to wander there late. And I think she could well be an improver. And Snitcap with the race experience on her side. Geez, there was a nice run there coming in behind them. Shalat, and keep an eye on that for later on. But interesting start to the day. We all looked at the boys on paper after the trials, but it was the girls that behaved better and come out way on top. I thought the favourite disappointed there, Contemporary.
Ronnie, they've run 57.58. 57.58. Now, the race record from last year's winner, Acrobat, who was really, really good on that day, you're in 56.02. But they've run 57.58, home 34.35. First colt home was Shervo. It was 10, 11, 12 and 7.
Martins at 10, 11, 12 and 7.
Well, congratulations to the Cummings family. Another baby entered the world.
Yes, no, the breeding barn's been very busy in the Cummings family, and I believe the bub Oliver and Mum's well, and James is jumping out of his skin.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
And the first winner, you sent out 5 there. It was the filly who came out on top. The fillies dominated that race.
Yes, she's a very, very athletic, natural type filly, very light on her feet. When she trialled here at Randwick about 10, 12 days ago, she really took it all in her own stride and was very professional the way she pinged out of the gates and put herself there, and yeah, very pleasing.
Today she took a run and she went on with it. There's a bright future.
Yeah, I think, just having that natural speed, she, as I said, being by Exceed, she's out of a very fast family, and she was able to put herself in the right spot, and like all the majority of our 2-year-olds, they all handle the big occasion well, and she stepped out, and it was very pleasing to see.
Be interesting to know where she ranks in the overall scheme of Godolphin 2-year-olds. We'll leave that for another day.
Thanks, Greg.
Shortly, the winning jockey Tim Clark.
Well done, Tim. Well, a great way to kick off the day, and she looks like a smart filly.
Yeah, she obviously really racy type. Got into a nice position early with, utilising some of that good tactical speed that she possesses. And she was able to, although having a bit of a look at the second horse who was running around a little bit, once she sort of got back to the inside, she really knuckled down and quickened up nicely through the line.
What do you think of her moving forward?
Oh, look, she'll continue to improve, no doubt. Still having a good look about, and as you'd expect, new still, but definitely some talent there, and she can only improve from what she's done today.
What do you think of the track?
Perfect, nice and firm and quick, and how I like it.
Well done.
Thanks.
Race 2 of the day, the country train gallopers in the Tab Highway, 1,800 metres, a Class 3 for this week's race, and the majority of these may be looking to go to the Country Classic in a couple of weeks' time at Rose Hill. It's a $130,000 race over 2,000 metres on November 6. This mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman. For all you need in technology, electrical, furniture and bedding, shop in store or online now. We start with This Is So, number 1. Jenny Duggan claims 2 for Coffs Harbour trainer Chloe Thomas.
Yeah, look, he was probably outclassed a little bit in the Port Macquarie Cup last start, so back in grade, 1,800 suits better. Place chance.
He looks in great shape. I was just having a good look at him as he walked into the yard, and he looks as though he's turned out in his best possible condition. Very healthy individual. Seems as though he's lovely and settled and focused, and I couldn't say anything negative about him. The
Wagga Wagga galloper Kitzbühel, number 2, Tim Clark, riding for Tim Donnelly.
Yeah, I think he might be one for this Country Classic. You have to be quick to get the $11 when it went up Wednesday. He's a nice horse. He can stay. Love his racing style. He's lifted second up in the past, and although he's probably primed for that third up run, I think he'll be right in the finish with a controlling position here.
Yep, looks in really good shape. You can see that he's well turned out. He's got a good coat on him. He looks as though he can get a little bit up and about, hence why he's wearing that stallion chain, just to keep him settled and relaxed, but that seems to be doing the trick, and I couldn't, again, say anything negative about his parade.
Number 3, What's In, Jason Collett for Dean Murphin.
Oh, look, I reckon she had legitimate excuses when she was slow out, and then she got shuffled back to last in the lead up there behind Lord DeSanimo. I think if she can hold a position from a decent draw today, I think she can run a much better race.
Yeah, very ordinary parade from her last start as well. She got really hot and warm, and she wasn't parading as I wanted her to do, and it is a completely different horse this time around, so I think that will bode well for her, and hopefully she can settle and get out the gates nicely.
This horse coming from Inverell, number 4, Battle Guardian, Sam Clipperton on board for Mark Stewart.
Look, his form was okay before doing early work and dropping off there in the Port Macquarie Cup last start. He's a rough place chance.
Yep, another one that presents quite nicely. I couldn't say anything negative about him, but would have to improve off of his recent form.
Brother Bassie, number 5, Kathy O'Hara rides for Cameron Crockett at Scone.
Yeah, a bit better at Canamble last start and might be back on track. He deserves some respect.
Yep, another one who's turned out perfectly. Lovely, relaxed nature. Everything you want to see in a horse getting over the 1,800 metres.
Proven Class, number 6, Rachel King riding for James Ponsonby.
Yeah, look, she didn't do much in the lead-up, didn't she, behind Lord DeSanimo last time? And a wide draw to contend with again here. Wait till she finds some form again.
Yeah, she's obviously proven at this track and distance, which is also something that is a good element about her. She looks very, very well. Even though she ran ordinary last start and even previous start, I have to say that she looks in good order and she could turn it around.
Horse coming in from Wellington, number 7, Foodie King, Josh Parr for Michael Mulholland.
I thought even though he was a 30 or 40 to 1 chance the other day, I thought his was the eye catcher out of that race. He ran into plenty of dead ends catching the eye. Better draw, maps better, and I think if he reproduces, he's right in the mix.
Yep, magnificent parade. He looks in as though he's come on nicely from his last start performance, and he's definitely going into the selections after this parade.
OK, Lord DeSanimo, he's on a streak, Ronnie. Number 8, there he is in the middle of the yard. Tommy Berry is on board. Terry Robinson is the trainer. Yeah,
look, I'm not going to knock him. He finally put another win on the board after some genuine runs. I just feel he just got a beautiful ride there last time from barrier 5. Now he's got to do it from barrier 13. I know 1,800 suits him better, and he's off a win. And I could still entertain him, but he does have a price, a horse like him, and I just thought he was a touch unders.
Yeah, I can't oppose him. I think that he looks very similar to how he did last start. He's presented and parading in perfect fashion, and if he gets the right run in transit, he's going to be hard to hold out.
Next is Homogany, another one for Dean Murphy, and Andrew Atkins in the saddle.
Yeah, good run, 2 starts back, and then a little 1 pace last time, so the extra distance helped. Although I prefer a couple of others.
Yep, I'm the same. I prefer a couple of others on form, but again, he's turned out perfectly.
He's another highway winner, the Fossil, number 11, Karen McAvoy for Sam Kavanagh.
Look, he's another one going well. He's amongst the good chances again and won't be far away. It's all that form the other day is all mingled in here.
Yep, he's seemed to retain a bit of condition. He looks as though he's put on a bit more condition since that last start performance, and he's nice and settled. So everything indicates to me that he's going to be able to put up the same performance as last time.
Second runner for James Ponsonby. This one will wear the yellow cap, red hot chili pins. Alicia Collett riding.
Yeah, look, she's a mare that hasn't won. She's only won 2 from 28 and just needs improvement in what we've seen from what we've seen of late.
Yeah, she's got the ability, but we haven't, as you said, seen her race consistently for a little bit of time. But I must say she looks as good as I've seen her in previous preparation, so I couldn't knock her on her looks basis.
Scone Galloper from the Paul Massara yard. Freedom Square with Robbie Dolan up.
Well, is this just the different form we're looking for here? Look, he's a well looked after 4-year-old. Only having his 6th start. He won 3rd up when he got to a mile. Admittedly, that was on a heavy track, but his good track form was pretty solid last preparation. The market likes him, so I suppose we have to respect the market.
Yep, I will respect him as a horse as well. He looks as though he's ready for today over the 1800 metres. Looks fit, nice coat, very settled, all the elements I want to see.
Laughing or Crying, number 15, Jay Ford for Richard Butler at Nowra.
Well drawn and battled away well there with not much room. Went 1,000 metres to a mile last start, so I know he hasn't won in a while, but he's not out of it at odds.
Well, if you like him at odds, he certainly ticks a lot of boxes from the yard point of view.
It's all about Kitzbühel. We'll get to Ronnie's late mail in a moment, but first of all, Lizzie's Pick of the Yard. It's brought to you by Arrowfield, home of champion racehorse and Group 1 sire, Done Deal.
A couple of horses I thought looked pretty good. I'm going with Kitzbühel on top. I thought that he's still got marginal improvement in his coat to come, but he looks like an out-and-out stare. So he's the on-top selection from Foodie King, who looks completely furnished, ready to go, and a perfect product of the stable. So those were the two that I thought really stood out, but I'm going the way of Kitzbühel.
Yeah, look, I'm 2, 7, 3 and 14. I'm the same two numbers. I'm pretty keen he's going to run well here. He's a lovely, bold horse, isn't he? And he could well, if he comes through today, he could well be the 2,000 metre country classic horse here. I'm expecting him a very aggressive ride the first 200 or 300 metres, hopefully to get control, then go quick enough to be left alone and even go a little bit early. He's that type of horse. I think the danger could well be Foodie King, number 7. He was an eye-catching run last time at big odds. If he reproduces, he's certainly in the pictures. What's in? If he can hold more, if she can hold more of a position than last time, I want to be very forgiving of her last start. And I'll throw in 14 Freedom, the young horse Freedom Square, who looks very well fancied around that 480 mark. Equal favourite so far with Kitzbühel. Interesting to see what the tab's doing. But 2, 7, 3 and 14, what starts favourite here, Glenn?
Well, I'd say Kitzbühel probably starts favourite, Ronnie, only because she made pick of the yard by Lizzie. They're equal picks at the moment. They've both been favourites at different stages today, Kitzbühel and Freedom Square. But as we speak, $4.80 a pair over Lord de Sanamo, who's at $5.50. Laughing or Crying, the only other runner in single figures, is at $9.50. Foodie King's been the softest of those in the market, from 6 out to 10 today. What's In has been 7 out to 10. Then we go to the Fossil. Well, as much as 14 is now an $11 chance. And then a bit of a jump to Brother Bassie, who's been 16 out to 19. Proven Class, and This Is So, 26 a pair. Battle Guardian heads arrested 41. But equal picks with, well, still got 2 and a bit minutes to go here. Freedom Square and Kitzbühel. Looking at the totes, well, Lord de Sanamo is actually favoured on the New South Wales tote at the moment, and it's second pick here. But $4.80 a pair, Freedom Square, Kitzbühel, in front of Lord de Sanamo at $5.50. And Laughing or Crying at $9.50. I wonder if the stable's playing up their money. They got out of the last winner at Cootamundra yesterday, Greg. Timmy Donnelly, only $5 into $2.40.
Not the first time. So they're over at the 1,800 metre gates here. They start on a bend. And as I mentioned earlier, this race leads into horses who want to go over a bit further into the Country Classic. It's for 4-year-olds and up over the 2,000 metres, 130,000 on Golden Gift Day, November 6. And it'll be over, that 2,000 metres, but there's also a highway over 1,500 if they want to come back in distance, if they're not showing enough promise to get over the further ground. That's coming up on the second day of that Rosehill Carnival when we get back there for the Golden Races, the Golden Eagle on October 30 and the Golden Gift on the 6th of November. So, Ronnie, once they get up over this journey, we don't see enough of these highways over the longer journeys, but they become very interesting.
Yeah, they certainly do. Sometimes they can throw up a different result too at the same time, you know. These horses don't get a lot of staying races around the country, so they can be misleading trying to follow them from area to area. But one thing I do know about Kitzbühel, he's a real tough, strong horse who's won at 1.5 miles. And he showed, like his toughness last preparation. And that was a provincial race at Goulburn last time. And that form has looked okay to me since. So that's what I'm trusting here. As far as he's got a bit of strength about him, he's got a bit of upside about him. He's only a relatively lightly raced 5-year-old, and Tim knows how to handle an up-and-coming horse. I'm talking myself right into him here.
You what?
I'm really revving him up. I'm a little wary about how solid this young horse of Nasara's is, though.
All right, the bus is leaving the platform. All aboard for race number 2. Glenn, any late changes?
It is the favourite now, Greg, Kitzbühel, outright favourite at $4.80. Ronnie will be off to Vienna or wherever it is if it wins at $5. Over Lord de $4.80, over Freedom Square 5, Lord de Sanamo $5.50, Laughing or Crying still the only runner in single figures. Be interesting how far off the inside they start here with a full field.
And let's go to Darren Flindell for race 2, the Highway.
Guys, so we're in the final stages of loading. Watson goes in and Lord de Sanamo up to a wider draw for the Tab Highway over 1,800 metres. Freedom Square, very well fancy. The Scone trained runner. It's pretty impressive last time out. And Freedom Square about to move forward there in the Arrowfield jacket. As Battle Guardian goes forward, and Proven Class will be the last. Proven Class with the red cap. Same colours on Red Hot Chili pins with the yellow cap. Grey horse, Red Hot Chili pins. So they're locked and loaded now. Stand by for a start. Ready here for the Tab Highway. Gates position wide out here over the 1,800 metres with the rail out today. Stand by. Gates are back and they're off and racing. Kitzbühel given a real wind up out of the gates from the low draw. Freedom Square bounced out really well, going straight to second, having a pop for the lead. Brother Bassie and Homogeny are both handy. Then came Laughing or Crying, well positioned on the inside from the Fossil. They're followed by Lord de Sanamo, who parks about midfield on the outside of Foodie King. And they're followed after a length further back then to What's In. Just up in front of those is this is So in the orange jacket. Now back in the field we've got Red Hot Chili Pins, one off the fence Foodie King, Watson's caught 3 out, and a gap back to Proven Class and Battle Guardian as the field starts to string out a bit now. And Kitzbühel is given a good rev up out of the gates by Clark, shows the way from Brother Bassie, the margin 3/4. Freedom Square into a great trailing position, third, then Laughing or Crying. Further back to Homogeny, then came This Is So, punching through on the rails, a length for the back to the Fossil. Watson's cast deep for the trick and inching a little bit closer now. Lord de Sanamo's behind, followed then by Red Hot Chili Pins. Now back in the field is Foodie King, Proven Class and Battle Guardians last of all. They race to the 600 metres and Kitzbühel held together by 3/4 of a length to Brother Bassie. Clark goes for the leader now and Kitzbühel's finding a bit from Brother Bassie. Laughing or Crying stoked up, pinching ground on the rails. Freedom Square just conceded a half length around the bend. Further back to Homogeny as they straighten up, and it's Kitzbühel coming up the rise, a length on Brother Bassie. Freedom Square starting to knuckle down to the task on the outside, giving chase. It's Kitzbühel all out. Still in front though, Kitzbühel by 2 lengths on Freedom Square. Laughing or Crying, nothing else. I hope Kitzbühel going strongly though from Freedom Square. Laughing or Crying, Kitzbühel needs the post. It's clinging on, and Kitzbühel led all the way. Kitzbühel by 3/4 to Freedom Square. Then Laughing or Crying third, followed by Red Hot Chili Pins and This Is So on a photo for fourth. Further back to Brother Bassie, the Fossil, Battle Guardian, Foodie King, Lord de Sanamo from Watson, Proven Class, and Homogeny was one of the last to finish.
We don't see him in Sydney enough. He's old home, Timmy Donnelly, but he's picked the mark right today. All aboard the Kitzbühel train. Number 2, Timmy Clark, in front, leading all the way. What else is new? And he's ridden a double. He won the 2-year-old with Ojai in the first, and he gets Kitzbühel home in the highway, 1,800 metres. Kitzbühel, Duff's pick, Lizzie's pick, everybody's pick has got the money. It's 2. Freedom Square is going to run second, and remind me,
Laughing or
15,
Crying.
Laughing or Crying, has run third. It's 2:14.15, Duff.
Yeah, look, he's a nice stayer, isn't he? And Timmy rode him beautifully. That's how you got to ride him. You think, oh, what's he doing? What's he doing? He's going too hard. But he's got no turn of speed, this horse. He's going to be the horse to beat in this upcoming classic. I'm telling you, he can stay, and Tim's got, that's just the run that's going to top him right off. He holds off. He did a good job, the second horse. He's battled away okay, and Laughing or Crying's been around the mark for sure. But a really, really likeable horse and a good ride, knowing what to do on him.
2:14.15.1. They've run 150.15, 35.45. That's the highway. We'll be back with race number 3, the first of our features, the Daily Press. Brian Crowley over 1,200 metres. Lee, it's a homecoming of sorts for you. Welcome back.
Thanks very much, Greg.
A nice horse.
He is, you know, he's a genuine staying horse. Still got a little bit of improvement in him, so that should top him off for the race in 2 weeks.
A real stayer.
Yeah, he did win 1.5 miles at England, but the horses he beat, they wouldn't win at Balranald. So I think he might be a 2,000 metre horse,
Right.
just on speed. So yeah, that race in 2 weeks' time, he drops right down a weight to 55.5. He's going to be well suited there.
It looked like Tim had to go a fair way from home.
But that's it with him. He's got no turn of foot, and if you make it a stay and test, it sort of makes the others, you know, if they've got to sustain a 600-700 metre run, they possibly can't do it, and he will keep going.
You'll be back in 3 weeks at Rose Hill.
2 weeks, actually.
2 weeks. Yes, that's right. Golden Eagles next week. I'm running out of weeks. 2 weeks. Perfect timing.
Thanks, Greg.
Well done.
Well done. That's the country classic.
Well, first 2 races down and the first 2 wins go to you, Tim Clark, and that was a really tough performance and a great training effort from Tim Lonley.
Yeah, definitely second up 1800, no mean feat, especially his racing style. He's got to be really fit, and he presented in really good order. So yeah, well done to Tim and his team. And look, he just relaxed so well. Even though he was rolling along, he was conserving all his energy, and I was actually worried that he was nearly too relaxed. That's why I sort of gave him a reminder early to switch him back on, and he just outstayed them.
He's just got that staying prowess over those types of contenders, doesn't he?
Yeah, as I said, I watched these replays, and when Matty had ridden him at Wagga, and he really set him alight early and just completely outstayed them, and that was the plan today, and we pulled it off.
Well done.
Thanks.
Mate, it's not an enjoyable races anymore.
So from the highway, we move to race 3, the Daily Press Brian Crowley Stakes over 1,200 metres at listed level. It's worth $200,000 and runners are in the yard. And it's brought to you by Harvey Norman. For all you need in technology, electrical, furniture and bedding, shop in store or online now. Number 1 is O President. Tommy Berry on board for Chris Waller.
Yeah, look, he was soft in the market, obviously, in the Roman Constable and just lacked a little bit of match practice. So he was going to be ridden in a more forward position today from that inside draw, and I wouldn't be surprised dropping in class if there's a dramatic improvement as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that when I had a look at him, I thought that he had come back a lot bigger and more mature this time around. So I was expecting him to probably improve from the run, and what I saw of him, I thought that he was definitely going to take a lot of improvement, and he seems to have done that and tick that box. They go forward on him. Expect him to turn his form around dramatically.
Mizzou, number 2, Sam Clipperton for Peter and Paul Snowden.
Pacifiers on him today and a 42-day freshen with a trial as well. Look, he probably hasn't gone to the heights I thought he may go to this preparation, but he's just been a little bit slow to work it all out, but the penny hasn't dropped with him. But boy, oh boy, the money says he's going to go very, very close to winning today.
This is one of the better parades I've seen from him previously. You can see he's nice and relaxed and switched off those pacifiers on, earmuffs pre-race as well, just to keep him in that type of form and that type of mannerisms. And I think that this is probably one of the better parades I've seen from him, so I can understand why the market support is there.
Number 3 is War Eternal, Rachel King on for Björn Baker.
Yeah, just a little bit of hoof filler on there first up today. 98 days, he's had a trial, hit the line nicely in a trial. I just think he looks more like a 1,400 metre horse, but trust any market moves late on him.
I really like him today. He's come on and developed nicely from last preparation. He was always quite an athletic looking type, but he seems to have got a bit stronger, filled out through that neck area midsection and ran by his hindquarters. So he is definitely going to run a lot better than the market expects.
Number 4 is Artero, Josh Parr on for Matthew Dunn.
Yeah, look, he's had 147 days off and 2 trials. Now, this is the horse that looked like a star winning that English Challenge at Scone that day. He just comes steaming down the middle. You thought, what have we got unfolded here? They just might have been no good, but I'd like to assess him after today because he did show that good early promise.
Yep, I think that you can definitely tick that box and say that he's strengthened and looks a lot more physically furnished. Yeah, I know. I can always remember that first run that we saw him when he won impressively, and I can't get that out of my head. So on looks, I can leave him there with a place chance, but he would have to improve.
Able Willie, number 5, Karen McAvoy, Chris Waller.
Yeah, interesting horse. He doesn't carry a lot of weight there, but he really looked, he caught my attention winning that maiden on the Kensington track. Just the strength he went through the line. He's had a trial since. The market wants to take him on because of his racing, his barrier and his racing pattern. Because I just want to be a little aggressive a few times at the trials, and but certainly a promising racehorse.
Yes, very promising. I had exactly the same thought as you when I saw him when he ran on the Kensington track. I thought, well, I can understand why they've given him plenty of time and that they haven't rushed him, because he looks to me as though would have taken a long time to mature and fill out, and he's probably still got a fair way to go as well when you're having a look at him. But the way he raced and the way he executed after that brilliant trial, you'd have to say he's one of the main chances today, and he certainly hasn't gone backwards in looks. He's only come on in his coat. He hasn't put on much condition, but that might happen the deeper the preparation goes, and certainly the longer the time he has out in between his next prep. So yep, he's exactly the same as he was on the Kenzo.
Battleton, number 6, unbeaten, 2 from 2. Jason Collett, Björn Baker.
Well, he hasn't put a foot wrong both starts. I like him because I like the way he showed desire, wanting to get to the line in those 2 wins. He's pretty fit, and I think 1200 will suit, and no knock from me.
Yep, no knock from me either. Look, he's a lot stronger. He's a much more stout type. He's more of a sprinting physique than a few of these other contenders, and that's going to hold him in good stead. And I still think that he has a bit of improvement to come throughout in his next preparation.
Here's number 8. And again, Jay Ford, Gary Fraser.
I was giving her a long shot chance, I think they bet $34. I think she's had a decent spell. There was a huge rap on her after an impressive maiden win, and then she went on and really captured the attention at big odds in the kindergarten. So the 2 trials on, she's had a little bit to offer. and I'm interested to hear what Lizzie says about her, because I think she deserves some respect.
Yep, I agree with you. She looks as though she's done plenty of work from her previous preparation, and she also looks as though she's matured somewhat, so that holds her in good stead to have a good prep ahead of her.
Centro Storico, number 9, the team back together, Robbie Dolan and Richard Litt.
Yeah, look, another one. This is a filly I've always had a bit of time for. So she's had a couple of runs, she got her confidence up, she won a maiden, and then it wasn't bad at Wyong the other day, and I reckon from this draw she could run a race at odds as well.
Yep, again, another one who always seems to improve the deeper the preparation gets with her, and I haven't seen her reach for a couple of runs, but I think that she presents quite well and she's at her peak, so I expect her to run accordingly.
So that's them. They're moving out now for the Daily Press Brian Crowley Stakes listed level for the 3-year-olds, running over 1,200 metres. Last one going out through the tunnel, Centro Storico. So the Peter and Paul Snowden yard today have some good chances coming up, starting with Mizzou here. They've got Exaboom and also Carif. So Mizzou, Paul, went round the Rosebud, San Domenico, then last start behind Count de Rupee at Kembla. That was 42 days ago. As far as the market's concerned, there's a lot of support for Mizzou today.
Yeah, well, look, unfortunately, I can't really tell how he's going to go until we go a couple of furlongs, because he's his own worst enemy. He wants to overdo things and just get it all wrong. And once we sort of settled into that good company there for a couple of runs, it was just very evident that you just can't do that, against that level. So, look, here we are. He's probably got limited chances to pull his finger out, and it probably starts today.
Okay. Exaboom, the feeling is that he can do something today, and you might be hoping for something bigger next week.
Yeah, look, he's a big horse who's taken a lot of work to get to where he needs to be, and his races have suggested that he's starting to head the right way. He got caught up in that scrimmage there the other week, and once that sort of happened, everything sort of shut down with him. But I got a feeling he's going to run very well today. And look, if he happens to win, there's certainly no dramas about backing him up. It'll only be helping for it, and we'll worry about that later, I suppose.
Exactly.
We'll just get this out of the way.
What about the stay at Carif?
Yeah, look, he's starting to race himself, and it's a good form. He's fourth up now. He needs the regular racing just to get him to where he needs to be, and obviously coming back a furlong from the other last week. But I've got to say I'm happy with him going in today and what we were last week. He's certainly heading the right direction, and he's certainly going to run well again.
Good luck, Paul.
Thank you.
Paul Snowden, and now it's time for Lizzie's Pick of the Yard. It's brought to you by Arrowfield, home of champion racehorse and Group 1 sire, Done Deal.
2 horses really impressed me in this yard. I'm going with War Eternal on top. I thought that he presented pretty much perfect for him. He looks as though he's ready to go, and he's one that has developed nicely from his previous preparation. So I've always had a bit of time for him, and today I think that he's in the right race to run really, really well at the double figure odds. Of course, the short price favourite, Able Willie, he has got improvement in later preparations, and his makeup is that he's a little bit lean and athletic looking, but I saw his win and saw his parade on the Kensington track, and he hasn't changed or gone backwards one step since I saw him that day. So he's also going to run very, very well, and he's a valid favourite in this race.
Look, I'm with the favourites here, 5, 2, 8 and 6. I'll stay with Able Willie. I know he needs a decent ride from Kerrin, but he was calm enough and laid back enough in the yard. I couldn't see any aggression there. He's just work in progress. I don't think they'll go forward, because Chris likes to treat these horses that could be a little bit tricky. He likes to get them to settle and teach them, but he just loved the way he surged through the line, winning that race and also in a recent trial. Mizzou looks hard to beat. This is the type of race he should run well in. He's a promising horse. Hasn't really shaped up to the older horses, or the Rosebud or the San Domenico, but he's slowly getting there. And again, I'll run a race at odds, and I think Battleton will hit the line well also. I'm marking them 5, 2, 8 and 6 in an interesting little race, Glenn.
Well, quite an amazing betting race, really, Ronnie, when you consider Able Willie was as short as $2 this morning, got to as much as $2.80 with us. It's now a $2.40 chance. Mizzou, who was as much as $4.40, got into as short as $2.90 and is now back out to $3.30. Oh, President, $8.50 the best given today is now $7. Battleton, $9 the best given this morning is now $7.50. War Eternal, it was 10 out to 15. back into 14. Centro Storico, 19 out to 26. And again, 19 out to 31. And Artiro is bouncing between $31 and $34 at the moment. But Able Willie, really, really strong favourite now at $2.30 as Mizzou gets out to $3.50. President stays 7, and Battleton just out a half point now to be an $8 chance. And looking at the money invested on the race, exactly half the total investment on the race today is on Able Willie here as the $2.30 favourite. So Able Willie runs your favourite for the Brian Crowley. Greg, a minute and a bit to go.
Okay, there is Able Willie over behind the gates in the autumn sun colours. Able Willie, Chris Waller and Karen McAvoy. And the market just starting to turn for him now, Ronnie.
Yep, there's a lot more confidence about him now. We were thinking, at some stage this morning that just kept firming Mizzou, but they've had a change of heart. They're 270 to 235 late, and this is the opposite to what happened last time when Glenn said it was really easy in the market, that last 5 minutes of betting last start in the maiden. But no, they've had a look at him, the punters. They've reassessed him. They've looked at his figures, and they say he can step up to the better form here. It's not easy. Wednesday maidens, and some of these horses. We won a Skyline President, and Mazu's competed in the San Domenico and the Rosebud. So some people may say, gee, he's under the odds for what he's done, but you just had to like what he's done as far as the way he surged through the line and the promise that he's showing. And so all eyes are on him here.
And Able Willie, he is the only gelding in the race. The other 5 are colts, and we've got 2 fillies down the bottom, and also Centro Storico. Able Willie for Chris Waller and Karen McAvoy. The pick of the yard was War Eternal. Paul Snowden telling us he'll know more after this horse goes 100 or 200 metres. Okay, Glenn, what price Able Willie, what price Mizzou?
$233.70 now, Greg, for the 2 favourites, and that is what the NOP price is, as well as they start to load. So Able Willie, hard favourite here. This is the 3rd at Randwick.
And Darren Flindell with the call. They're at the 1,200 metres.
Today for a President, and $7 is the latest quote there. A President drawn the fence. Now Able Willie and Mazu, the 2 favourites now, the last to get set for the Brian Crowley Stakes. Mazu in, and Able Willie now is the last to come up. Drawn the outside barrier. The Written Tycoon gelding. Able Willie moves in, the lights on, we're all set. For the Brian Crowley Stakes. Ready now, and they're off and racing. Able Willie has jumped fairly and looks to be going back. Centro Storico and President were the first 2 out. And President's going to lead Centro Storico. Mazu bounced out into 3rd, being restrained. Then War Eternal on the inside of Battled, and Able Willie's pulling back in the field 3rd last. On the outside of Again, and Artiro's last. So the favourite Able Willie's 3 wide, no cover now. And President leads the way by 2 lengths on Centro Storico, 2 lengths to Mazu. And Able Willie is pulling his way into 4th now. Still racing pretty fiercely from War Eternal, Battled in between them. And the last 2 Again, and Artiro as they come up to the turn. So President in front, swinging for home from Centro Storico, and Mazu moves up 3 wide. And a length further back to the favourite Able Willie. Mazu went to a narrow lead now. Mazu got a half length up on Able Willie the outside. Centro Storico still there with President. Mazu's going strongly though. Inside the 150. Mazu a length and a half on Able Willie. Mazu kept going, and Mazu's too good here. Now 2nd goes to Battleton right on the wire, just in front of Able Willie, and Centro Storico 4th. A good gap back to Again, President, War Eternal and Artiro.
Mazu number 2, Sam Clipperton for Peter and Paul Snowden. A colt by Morris wins the listed Brian Crowley. He was a 2-year-old maiden winner back in February, and now he wins a listed race at Royal Randwick. He put it all together today. Battleton will be 2nd, 6th, and Able Willie 3rd, number 5.
Yeah, he's a nice horse. He's still learning what it's all about and might even be better next preparation. He's got no pacifiers on him today. He did fire up when he heard Able Willie coming, but he showed good tenacity there today, holding off Battleton, who's been really hitting the line well. He's a nice horse, Able Willie, but he's just got to get those manners right. He wanted to pull and bolt, 3 deep, no cover. Mazu give him a little bit of cover, but the damage was done before that. So they beaten, but far from disgrace from Able Willie, who'll make the grade at some stage. Whether that's going to be this preparation or the autumn, I don't know. But look, you have to give it to Peter and Paul. He's been hard work, this fellow, and they might be just about working him out.
Numbers are going up. 2, 6, 5, 9 Centro Storico runs 4th. The race time 19.25, 19.25, 34.13 the last 600, and it was a length and a quarter by a head. Mizzou wins the Brian Crowley 2.659. Hey, Paul Snowden, if I could have spoken to you after 100, what were you saying?
I was happy, sort of, but I would have been more happy if he just settled that little bit better. But I suppose we'll live to fight another day. And look, it's full credit to the owners. I'm so happy that he's produced what he's had today. It's certainly a shandy of what he's got to offer, but you know, we'll take it anyway.
So the stable taking the approach, giving time.
Yeah, you know, I think racing probably is going to get it out of him. But look, he's strong enough character. He's got plenty there to give. But just unfortunately, you know, he should be running in the Coolmore next week. You know, this horse, that's the amount of ability he has, and we'll hopefully see that come to fruition later in the year.
Can you plan a bit better now for his next start?
That's the question. Where do we go with him? We'll sit down. Obviously, Dad's down in Melbourne. We'll have a talk with him tonight and just see what we want to do with him. But Sam's got a good handle on sort of how he is and how he needs to be handled. And when we can draw those inside gates, it certainly helps.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done, Sam. Well, it sounds like it's a very satisfying win all round to see him back in the winner's stall and seeing what he's truly got to give, and that was what we saw today.
Yeah, most definitely, Lizzie. He's a very talented horse. He's a very highly strung and hot temperamented horse as well. So, look, his racing manners has been the thing holding him back. But today there was nice speed on. I was able to just drop in behind him. I sort of played with him as much as I could, and look, visually it probably looked like I was getting there too soon, but I was really happy to just let the horse build. Got a nice easy furlong. He's a very fit horse, and when I asked him for his superior effort, he dropped him and put pay to him pretty easy. So just goes to show his talent. He's crying out to be gelded. Whether that happens now, I'm not sure, but hopefully that gives him some confidence going forward.
And just knowing that he executed so perfectly today and that's the result, how do you make that happen next start?
Look, it's just circumstances in running, really. Today there was good pace, and he's the sort of horse that if he had found the front today and relaxed, he probably would have won as well. So it's just a matter of keeping him contained in the run, not fighting him, finding that happy medium and going from there.
And then you see what sort of horse he is.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said today, I was really happy to let him strive from the 600 because I got that nice restful furlong, and when I asked for his top effort about the 300, he dropped him very easily.
And you think he's a top horse when he does do that?
Well, look, he's probably not far off, but you know, Peter and Paul had him in the run of the San Domenico and nommed for the Golden Rose, so that's just goes to show what sort of ability they think he's got, and I tend to agree with him, but he's just done too many things wrong so far, but today he got it right, and he's won the race.
Well done.
Thanks.
Runners are in the yard here for race number 4. This is the Midway, 1,200 metres. It's a benchmark 72. And this mounting yard brought to you by Harvey Norman. For all you need in technology, electrical, furniture and bedding, shop in-store or online now. Runners wearing the purple saddle cloths, the Sky Thoroughbred Central saddle cloths here for the Midway. Oxford Tycoon, intention to find cover here. Kim Warbrock Ryan with a claim of 2.
Yeah, well, if he happens to get that cover, I think he can run really well. He's got that hoof fillers off him today, and he's got pads on just for that, for he's helped his feet there. He's had 42 days off since obviously not being right and pulling up a little lame last time. He was very unlucky prior in one of these highways. And I think he's getting out to massive odds here. If he has any luck slotting in, he's got performance on this lot.
He does, and he's got that tactical speed as well. And what I love about him is that he's able to position a bit closer than a few of these others who are more fancied in the market. As far as looks are concerned, he looks very well, like he always does. It's just about whether he's recovered under race pressure from that little ailment that he had when he pulled up after his last start performance. But he's had a break, they've tinkered around with the gear, and hopefully he's back in track.
Number 2 is Undeniable. Jenny Duggan on for Matthew Smith.
Yeah, really found a form, winning 3 of her past 4, so a very much in-form mare who has to be in the mix again, and Jenny's on a roll.
Yep, and definitely Parade's very similar to how she did last start, just getting slightly warm, but there's a few horses and people doing that today.
Very, very warm conditions. Air to air, number 3, Alicia Collett, Jason Coyle.
Yeah, here we go again, punters. Another preparation, 140 days, 2 lovely eye-catching trials. I know she hasn't won in 542 days, but she hasn't been in a race like this for I don't know how long. Now, this is a beautiful start off. Give her a break, give her be in front of a few horses with room to move. I think she'll win.
She is parading perfectly for her. Sometimes she can get really full of herself and she has to go with the pony, and she has a couple of handle hers, but she seems as though she's doing everything correctly. I must say, this is one of the better parades I've seen from her. So I hope this is going to fill you with a bit of confidence, because you're very keen on her form. But as far as looks are concerned, she's beautiful and mature this time around. Great parade from her, and everything indicates she's going to have a good preparation.
Media star guest, number 4, Andrew Atkins, riding for his old boss, Ronnie Quinton.
I think he's very dangerous here late. He's had 2 trials at easy time. He's got a very good fresh record. I wish it was 1400. And it might be just a little sharp of his best distance, but he's been very good fresh in the past, and as I said, I think he's a real knockout chance.
Yep, he's also in for a really good preparation. Looking at him, he looks as though he's furnished nicely from his previous prep. He's fully mature, he's very bright in the yard. He will take a marginal improvement each and every run that we see him at, but this is again one of the better parades I've seen from him first up.
Saquon, the Newcastle galloper, trained by Paul Perry. Josh Parr on board.
I don't know how to approach this horse. He was ridden quieter back in distance second up, and I thought he really charged into dead ends and had plenty to offer in the straight. So from one point thinking he might be just a plain old wet tracker, I'm starting to think he might be charging home here.
Well, he's turned out in his best possible condition. There's absolutely no knocks on his appearance. Good coat, nice and healthy. He looks as though he's quite bright. He's sort of up and about in the yard, and his fitness is at his top. So again, there's no reason why, if you like him off of his runs he's had this time in, why you couldn't put him into your selections from this parade.
Another Newcastle galloper, this time from the Mark Minervini stable, Super, Lee McGorrian.
Probably needs improvement of what we've seen in his 2 runs back, so I'd probably wait until he finds some form again.
Yep, I'd have to agree with you. I think he's turned out nicely, but there needs to be an improvement in his performances.
Another Minervini galloper, Go Gazza, number 7, John Van Overmeer.
77 days in a trial, hasn't won under a mile, so probably later on for him as well.
Yep, looks as though he's going to stretch out physically in the future, and that's going to be more beneficial for him. Overall, I think he's turned out well, though.
Number 8 is Nick Tock, Sam Clipperton for Mark Connors.
Yeah, he's fitter for a couple of runs back. He's got some winkers on today, so he's a horse that can position, so a place chance.
Parade's fine. I guess when I'm just having a look at him in comparison to a few of these others, there's a few I do prefer in front of him at this stage, but there's nothing negative about his parade.
Little Steiny, number 9, Jay Ford, Louise Muntz.
Well, he's a 7-year-old, but he's returned winning 3 of his past 4, so probably in career best form. Maps well on pace and probably runs a race again.
Yep, turned out well, fit and forward in condition.
Serena, Bobby Pearce, the trainer, Tim Clark on board.
Yeah,
Just
look,
going through the tunnel.
yeah, no, she's been a bit of a rep bag in the past, so it could surprise running on well without a trial fresh.
Yes, it was one of her better parades from her. She looked as though she was presented and physically in great shape. She just gets a little bit agitated when the jockey jumps aboard and she has to head out down through the tunnel. So that's a normal process for her.
Favre number 11, Jason Collett, Nathan Doyle.
Okay, running on well first up, but just to come back in distance second up, but has talent and the stable's in form.
Yep, another one who presents nicely, if you like, on recent form.
Christian Buchanan's won Midways before. Pandora Blue this time. Kerry McAvoy.
Talk about stables in form, fair dinkum. The stable's been having a picnic and a lot of luck in these Midway races. And here's another one. She's a mare that'll take up a position. Just has to bring it to 1,200 metres now. That's the only little question I've got.
Beautiful mare. She's turned out absolutely fantastically. This is the first time I've had a look at her, and she couldn't look any better.
Rathvilly Miss, Rachel King, Greg Hickman.
Yeah, poor winning strike rate, but a nice weight drop here and has some nice form lines around her as well.
She's ridden with a sit. She's a lot better. She seems to have a really good turn of foot, and this is the right type of race for her. She hasn't changed much in her appearance, and I think that she's up to these.
Gee, we're seeing some trainers back at the track for the first time in many weeks. Jason Call, one of them. Air to air, Jace. Just talk about the trial she's put in because they look pretty good.
Both trials were good, nice and easy the first one. And then obviously asked to do a little bit more in the second. She still does a few things wrong here and there, but hopefully Alicia can just work with that. And if we get a few things to go our way today, you'd think she'd be there or thereabouts in the finish.
Did you have your sights set on a Midway to tackle first up? Has this been a plan?
Yeah, look, the whole plan was obviously you look through her form and she's tackled much higher grade than this and raced well. But her winning strike rate isn't all that good, so it'd be nice to see her start getting into that habit of winning a couple. And then I'm sure if I can keep her sound and keep her well, she can target something, that higher grade again at some stage.
She's well enough to win first up, though.
Look, she's in great order. That's probably one of the better parades I've seen from her as far as her manners. So, touch wood, as she walks out onto the track, she can hold her form, exactly how it has been at the back here.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Air to air, a nice tick in the yard. Let's find what she's put on top for her pick of the yard. It's brought to you by Arrowfield, home of champion racehorse and Group 1 sire Done Deal.
I thought that a few of these horses looked in perfect shape. I'm going with Pandora Blue on top. I thought that she was probably the standout as far as her looks were concerned. She's just got to bring it to the 1,200 metres, but she looks absolutely magnificent. So she's the on-top selection. Of the others, Air to Air is putting in the best parade I've seen from her for a long time. A lot more relaxed, switched off, doing everything correctly, which hopefully will translate onto the track and she'll be able to get her preparation off to a winning one. And the other horse that I thought paraded really nicely was Rathvilly Miss. As long as she's ridden quietly, she's going to have a terrific turn of foot and she's in the right type of race to be competitive.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with her, 3, 4, 1 and 12. She's getting back out in the market now. They want to take her on with a racing pattern, Air to Air, but Well, Alicia Collett, you're in first grade now, champ. You've got a bit of a task to do here to get air to air over the line. We'll be singing your praises if you can weave a passage through on her. But I think she's top pick. Media Star Guest is another one. First up, we'll probably prefer him at 1400, but he just pulls such a big run out fresh, this horse. And if they go hard enough and he gets the right run through, I'm not underestimating him. Oxford Tycoon, understandably, he's come in a few points now. He was stupid odds for a horse with his ability. And look, I concede she's well fancied, isn't she? Pandora Blue, on pace runner, third up off a win, lightly raced. She's won 3 from 5 and hard really to oppose. The other one I'm a little wary of is Saquon. A few back markers for me here, 3, 4, 1 and 12, Glenn.
Yeah, well, when first markets went up, it actually was $8 each of 5 here, and Pandora Blue was one of those horses at $8, is now the favourite at $3.90. It's going to be up there in front. Air to Air, who was favourite this morning, and Pandora Blue's was $6.50 last night, $4.80 this morning, now $3.90. Air to Air, as short as $3.90 this morning, is now at $5.50. Undeniable, always around $7.50. Rathville Miss, who was one of the original equal favourites, got to as much as 13, is now into $8.50. Favre, as much as 16 this morning, is now 12. Oxford Tycoon, 12 out to 14, back to 12. Media Starguest, who was single figures this morning, is now 14. Saquon, 12 out to 19, now 15. Nick Tock, 19, got into as short as 15, now 17. Serena heads the rest at 23. So Pandora Blue, the favourite, Greg, for the Midway. And in the immortal words of Gary Cleese, Duff should have said first up about Alicia Collett, it's welcome to first grade, champ.
That's exactly right. He started it when he first walked onto Randwick, that Kosciuszko day, his first ever day at Randwick. Welcome to first grade, champ. He loved it. He's watching at home. He's watching right now. So the Midway, and this will lead into a very important Midway next week, the $700,000 Four Pillars at Rosehill Gardens for Golden Eagle Day. The ticket race was the second draw after the Kosciuszko. Another lot of tickets were drawn, and they were for Midway class horses. In the benchmark 68, that field's taken shape. You can bet on that on tab. That market's up under Four Pillars, under futures. We've got the field picked, and that will be another feature race on what is a bumper program next Saturday at Rosehill Gardens. The Golden Eagle, the classic legend for the sprinters and the Four Pillars. So the Midway, Ronnie, 1200, a relatively new race. That sits alongside the highway for certain stables, not the more top of the tree stables where you've got the Wallers and the Cummings, the Godolphin stable. They're ineligible for these Midway races. They're for provincial trainers and trainers around the Sydney Basin with smaller strings.
Yeah, but they've been well received as well, because we're getting full fields with emergencies in all of them. You know, it's around that benchmark 72, so they're hard races to work out, and it's interesting, you know, the provincial, and then you get the country horse coming up, your provincial courses coming in with the city. I'm not saying lesser trainers, but the smaller numbers of in their stable lining up here. So sometimes when they can get into good betting contests, as we have here, they're getting to a mark, some of these horses, and they're backing them, and then they're getting back out, and now there's money for Rathville Miss, I see. So there's lots of specking going on here. So. And a couple of the chances that are going to get back. So we want to see something really charged from the back here as well.
Any late moves to report, Glenn?
Yeah, into 380, Greg. Pandora Blue. Air to Air, 390 in fact now, Pandora Blue. Air to Air into 5. Undeniable stays 8. And Rathville Miss is into $8.50. Favre, Oxford Tycoon, 12 a pair. Saquon, they chip away at it at 15. And definitely Serena, they chip away at here into $16.
Last of them going up. Here's Darren for the Midway.
With the side winkers on today. And Go Gaza. In the hands of Jean Van Overmeer, moves up. And they're locked and loaded now. Ready for the Midway over 1,200 metres. Gates are back. And they're off and racing. Rathvilly Miss was one of the first out, together with Sequongo Gaza. Pandora Blue showing great muster now, and Pandora Blue's going to head them all off. Nick Tock went to second, then Undeniable from Little Stony. A lot of those that jump well from wide draws have all gone back, and Media Starguest and the orange goes to fifth. On the outside of Serena, then came Super Oxford Tycoon, Air to Wear up on the inside. Rathvilly Miss being snagged back from Favre Sequana. Go Gaza now the last one. Favourite in front, Pandora Blue. Leads by 3/4 to Nick Tock. Little Steiny railing to third, a neck back on the outside to Undeniable. Followed by Media Starguest, 3 out. On the outside of Serena, then Super, Oxford Tycoon, and Air to Air's coming between runners now as they straighten up. And Pandora Blue swings in front by 2 lengths on Nick Tock, and then come Undeniable. Media Starguest, Air to Air 6 lengths away. Pandora Blue, 200 metres to run. A length and a half clear from Undeniable, who's sticking to the task. Pandora Blue going well though from Undeniable. Air to Air struggling to get there. Media Starguest late, but Pandora Blue led all the way. Pandora Blue wins the Midway. Second between Undeniable and Media Starguest to really drop the nose late. Air to Air finishing fourth. Then Nick Tock from Sequana. A gap back to Oxford Tycoon, Favre, Rathvilly Miss, Little Steiny. Then Serena from Go Gaza, and Super was among the tail enders.
Well, she's worked this race out, the Midway. She brings the right horse, and she's a multiple winner of highways now. Christian Buchanan, who trains at Wyong. This is her race now. Kerrin McAvoy in the saddle, jumped, led, and never gave them a look in. Pandora Blue in the frame, number 12. Who picked that? Lizzie Joel's pick of the yard. Pandora Blue. Duff,
yeah,
too good.
Yeah, she was. We got to the 100 metre mark. Yeah, okay, she's travelled. Now, can she tick off the 1200 metre box? And that's what she did. She's held them off and run the 1200 right out there from Undeniable, who run a usual honest race. And then the first up is their Media Starguest. He got caught a little wide there, and I thought he did a pretty good job there first up. And Air to Air, well, she got into that bumping duel and when, on the point of the turn there, but still she balanced up and ran on well. The story of a life, I must say. But all honours with the winner. She's lightly raced. She did the work to find the front, and when you thought she was going to be a little bit vulnerable late, no way in the world she's held them off with ease.
12-2-4-3. 12-2-4-3. 19.5. Home in 34.42. 195, 34.42. That was the Midway. We'll be back for the Filante, race 5.
Thank you.
Christian Buchanan, well done. You seem to have a really nice handle on these races, the Midway.
Oh, look, I just think it's such a fantastic thing for us to have available to us. We've been waiting for it for years. And when they announced it was going to happen, we really decided to target and wait with horses and make sure that we got the right horses in. So proud of my team. They do an awesome job. And we've got some lovely horses and some really good support from owners.
You didn't rush this horse into Midway class. You took your time with wins at Muswellbrook, Scone and Port Macquarie.
It was tempting because of the 4 pillars to push her a bit sooner, but speaking to the owners, we just decided to let her go through her grades and get here when she was ready.
They're on every week. Have you got more coming?
But look, we do have some more nice horses coming. It's just that they get out of their benchmark a bit quickly. So.
Yeah, well, that's because they're winning.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Well done.
Thank you.
Good on you.
How many midways?
Okay, well, that was a really impressive performance. She looks as though she's a horse that was going to go through her grades nicely, but that's really ticked her box today, and she's got a bright future.
Yeah, definitely. She's on an upward curve, that's for sure. You know, she's given me a nice feel there, and there's more to come from her. She's going to progress into better grades than just a Midway race. She's a nice, big, strong girl and turned out in great order. She gave me a good feel. She was switched on and very push-button-like the whole way.
And you didn't expect there was going to be any pressure, or you were quite happy that they handed it up to you?
There was a little bit of speed there, but full credit to this mare. She jumped and just took the race by the scruff of the horns and was able to get across and get it quite cheap through the first part. And that speed that was there on paper sort of didn't eventuate. So as we hit the corner, I thought, well, I've had it easy through the first part. I'll just improve into it, and that's exactly what she did. Pushed the button and away she went. She's very genuine.
These races have been a great initiative, not only for the trainers, but it really finds their place. Some of these horses, like Pandora Blue on her way up, and other horses who are sort of lost in between.
That's right. It's great for obviously country-owned horses, provincial-owned horses, and trained horses. It's great to see Kristen here with a nice winner, and it just gives those trainers a chance to, expose themselves and get a bit of exposure amongst the Saturday League, so to speak, and that's exactly what this initiative's done.
And next week we've got the Four Pillars. Who've you teamed up with there, or you're not quite sure?
I'm actually down to Derby Day in Melbourne, and then the Cup, so not here for next week. So yeah, I'll be away for a week after next Wednesday.
Well, good to get the win on the board today. Well done.
Thank you. Ta.
Runners are in the yard for race number 5. This is the Roderick Lodge Filante handicap over 1400. Worth 160,000 in prize money. This mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in technology, electrical, furniture and bedding. Shop in store or online now. The Queenslander, Emerald Kingdom, number 1, Tim Clark, on board for Robert Heathcote.
Yeah, the price has gone now after being $5 and $4.20 earlier in the week. So he was beaten by a pretty good horse there first up. We know that. He had the 1400 under his belt. He's an on-pace runner. Flies second up. I know he's got a big weight, but I think it'll be hard to beat.
Yes, it looks as though he's very, very fit and forward in condition, which is what his racing style needs him to be. He's turned out in his best possible condition. I don't know him, so I don't have a profile on him and know how he presents usually. But what I'm seeing of him today, I'd have to be very impressed with him.
I just had a chat to Mel Sharp. She said she's liking what she's seeing. He's a lot more settled in the yard today, so she's very happy. Number 2, Quacker Jack, Josh Parr, Mark Newnham.
Yeah, he's had obviously a spell and a little bit of a operation to fix him up again. He's 3 trials should be ready to go to the races. He's sure to give a good sight on his favourite track, but I'd say he'll be better second and third up this time.
Yeah, he will be. He's had quite a long time off the scene and he's getting quite warm, which is a usual process for him. He's a free sweater, so I'm not too concerned about that. But I do think whatever he does today, he's going to improve off of.
Now we go to number 3. This is Cuba, Rachel King, John Thompson.
Yep, he's had a couple of trials. He did beat Creaderis in this race last year. That was on a soft 6 though, so 3 runs last preparation just fair. So I'd rather sit back and watch to see how he's come up today.
Yep, he's been trialling without those blinkers on. He has his customary blinkers back on today. He looks to me as though he's one that will improve on whatever he does today.
Creaderis, number 4, Karen McAvoy, James Cummings.
Yeah, look, he's had a decent spell. He's had 5 trials since April and only 2 recently. So I don't know whether he's had setbacks or they're trying to get him going. I don't know. Look over to you, Lizzie. You know him better than anyone.
I think he looks great.
Of course you would.
I love him. He's one that's got me a few times. Look, I think he looks really, really well. He does look as though he's going to take improvement from the run. He does look as though he is a little bit more mature this time around, so he's parading a lot more settled and relaxed. Sometimes he can get a bit excited and just high kick and just really think it's a bit of a game. So he's much more focused than he has been and he's ready for today, but he will improve and I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes.
Number 5 is Prime Star, John Van Overmeer, Richard and Michael Friedman.
I keep making excuses for him, but he doesn't win often. I still think he'll run much better from a better draw here today. And he what do you think? He's still holding his shape pretty well, isn't
Yeah,
he?
he looks to be. He's not one that's overly robust or massively big weight carrier, so I was expecting him to look similar to how he is today. I'm not really making any excuses for him. I'm just saying that he's still parading well, but his form would have to lift.
Yamazaki, number 6, Jason Collett, Matthew Dunn.
Look, she can be a little hot and cold, but some of her form shape right up here. I thought she was pretty good, giving a big start there first up and a definite improver today.
She was my pick last time out and I thought she presented beautifully and she can be very hot and cold, but she is looking magnificent and she's going to be somewhere in the mix again today.
Next is Exo Boom, Sam Clipperton for Peter and Paul Snowden.
I think we got Star Spangled Rodeo.
Oh, didn't I?
Yeah.
I
No.
went past it, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Star Spangled Rodeo, Alicia Collard on board for Bjorn Baker.
Yeah, look, he could improve third up here at 1,400 metres now. Look, he's yet to miss a place at 5 goes at this distance, so he's sure to run well. He just stalks along the inside, maybe behind the favourite, and he runs a good, tough race.
He will. He's definitely at his peak fitness now. I've mentioned each run that he's been gradually improving, and you can see now he's at his absolute peak. And if you like him again off of those 2 runs, he's doing everything correct in the yard.
Now Exo Boom, number 8.
Now, this is the one I'm wary of. This is the one I'm very wary of. He's had little gear changes as well. Crossover noseband off the Norton bits on him. He's ready to improve third up. Pet distance looks suitable, and they just seem confident, the stable with this horse. They're desperate for him to win and get into this Golden Eagle next week. So who knows? I think he's the danger to the favourite.
Yep, I think you should be wary of him because I think that he presents and parades pretty much as a standout. He looks magnificent in his coat. He's very, very healthy. He seems as though he's always focused and he always looks great, but I think today is his absolute day. He's at his peak fitness, no excuses for him, and hopefully he can acquit himself well because he looks as though he's going to be hard to beat.
And Bergen, number 11, Brock Ryan on for Gary Moore.
Yeah, resumed without a trial and got tired late. I just would have preferred an easier race for him though.
Yes, in saying that though, I thought he presented really nicely first up into the campaign without that trial under his belt, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him run a lot better race than his price expects.
Now this was a quality, and the horses are preparing to move out for the Roderick Lodge Filante handicap, 1400 metres the journey. They're going to do one more lap. We just saw Kerem McAvoy jump up aboard Creaderis. He rode the previous winner, Pandora Blue, for Christian Buchanan. We're still about 6 minutes away from this race, and they're just going out. Emerald Kingdom. Yes, Mel Sharp's down here looking after Robert Heathcote's gallopers. She hasn't been back home. She's been down here the entire time from when Rothfire made his way down on an Everest path, and since then joined by Star Tontes and joined by Emerald Kingdom here, and she was very pleased with the way he paraded here today. Emerald Kingdom, who is Duff's top tip. So we're just waiting on Prime Star to go down. Yamazaki, Darren Beeman's going to come and have a chat to us. Star Spangled Radio, Exaboom and Bergen. Rightio, Darren Beedman with Creaderis. He's back at the races. What can you tell us about how this horse is going?
He's going extremely well, Greg. He's the two trials he's had. One was on the synthetic, his last trial, and they just went they were lickety split. Yep. They were too sharp for him, and he only got going when the trial was all over and went through the line well and finished off the trial good past the post. So, you know, he was the runner-up in this race last year. Mind you, he had a little bit more mileage in his legs, but James has kept the freshness in his legs this year, and hopefully sort of something at the back end of the carnival.
Okay. Gravina later on. She runs terrific sectionals.
He did. The other day, he just had to go back from a awkward gate and gave the leader a fairly good start, and was chewing up the ground towards the end, and the horse, you know, he come out and won the Sydney Stakes, big parade, so form around him's good. He loves Randwick. He's drawn a better barrier. His profile was a lot better in the run, and he loves that style of racing.
Yep, sounds good. Good luck, Darren.
Thanks, Greg.
Already had a winner today, Oh High, winning the 2-year-old for Godolphin. And now it's time for Lizzie's Pick of the Artist, brought to you by Arrowfield, home of champion racehorse and Group 1 sire, Done Deal.
Really interesting race, isn't it? There's a couple of talented types in this field, and there's also a couple that are first up into the campaign, so it's interesting to see how they've all come up and how they're going to progress. I'm going to stick with Yamazaki after last start. I thought she found the line really strongly. She's one that I think has got plenty of talent. She's come on from her last start performance, and she's going to be spotting them a start, but she definitely looks as though she's ready to go today. From the 4, who I thought presented nicely, Cryoderis, I think that he's not too far off the mark and should run really, really well. And of the others, I would put in Exoboom, who looks absolutely magnificent.
1, 8, 6 and 5. I think if he gets across without spending too much petrol here, he could well be off and gone. Emerald Kingdom, the Queenslander, with strong form lines and great second up stats. I think the danger is Exoboom, number 8. He's ready now. Pet distance, third up, inside draw, few little gear changes. 6 Yamazaki, yep. She can mind her own business from that inside draw as well, and she can be lethal late. And 5 Prime Star, I keep making little excuses for him, but now that he's the forgotten horse way out in the market, he could be the one to spoil the party. 1 on top of 8, 6 and 5. He's very solid, this favourite.
Oh, is he what, Ronnie? I'm just looking at, you know, even last night he was a 3.30 chance. This morning, 3.10. Now $2.40. We're speaking about the top of year in Emerald Kingdom on the NOP, 270, 260, 250. Shorter on the New South Wales tote. Creaderis, who was, went up favourite in the race, is out to a $5 chance after being as short as 3.70, 3.40 yesterday. Exaboom, I thought he'd firm. He's only back to where he was at the start of the day. He was 8 into 7. He goes back to 8. Star Spangled Banner was 9.50, got to 10, is now 8. Yamazaki, the pick of the yard, is back where it started the day as an $8.50 chance. Quackerjack Easy, 9.50 to 13. Prime Star Easy, 9.50 to 15. And the other two runners are $51 chances, Bergen and Kuba. So Emerald Kingdom here. They had a big night last night, the Queenslanders, and it's the $2.40 favourite here. Creaderis, it's not market order as regards to investment, but put it this way, Emerald Kingdom's got more than double the investment on its nearest rival, which is Creaderis. Next pick is Quackerjack, then back to Exo Boom and Star Spangled Banner. But $2.40, your favourite here in Emerald Kingdom. This is the Rob Rick Lodge Filante, and Greg, as you know, the White family, they certainly do love their racing.
Love their racing, Glenn, and they're getting around to the start here for this 1400 metre Rob Rick Lodge Filante handicap. Exo Boom, we had a chat to Paul Snowden earlier in the day. The confidence is there. They get today over and done with before they start worrying about a Golden Eagle, but it's certainly in conversation for this horse, and he was in that unfortunate race where we had the leader pull up in front of them in the Silver Eagle, and there was a number of hard luck stories. And Exaboom was in that trouble, so he has another crack at them today with clear luck. They're expecting him to run well. So positives coming out of the Emerald Kingdom camp, Duff, out of the Exaboom camp. Certainly Darren Beedman doesn't put you off Cryoderis.
No.
And pick of the yard, Yamazaki.
Yeah, no, there's a few options here. Although, I mean, like I said, Emerald Kingdom went up $5 on Wednesday, and he was straight into 4.20. And I think it's taken punters a while to read that race. Maybe they think it's a little hard to make ground here. I don't know, but I think he's got all the stats in the world here, other than having the 60.5 kilos to be very, very hard to run down, the favourite. But like you said, there's other likeable things here, with Exo Boom being third up and Star Spangled Rodeo being third up, and they're both getting nice little runs behind whatever happens up front here. I think, can anything untoward happen here? Like, we're all reading, well, I am, that Emerald Kingdom's too fast for him, but I just didn't think Quackerjack would be labelled urgent, being, having an injury problem and being first up. I could be wrong. And then you got Star Spangled Rodeo, who's probably better at a mile, but he can be a part of an on-paced race. But I doubt whether it's going to be a 1400 at Randwick. And Bergen's the other one. Does he push forward from a wide draw? And look, surely he's going to be the first one busted if that happens in this class. So I think the favourite can get it easy enough, and I think that's why the market's staying solid there at $2.50 or $2.60. So we'll see what happens.
What price, Glenn?
$2.50, Greg. I noticed it's $2.60 on the NLP. Well, I finally found some support for Exo Boom, 8 into 6 on the third line of betting now. Creaderis splits those two at $5.50, and the others basically remain the same. Star Spangled Rodeo at 8, and Yamazaki, the pick of the yard, at $8.50. Pick of the yard, I think, maybe even looking for 3 wins in a row, Greg. Here, I'll find out in a second. $2.50 Emerald Kingdom, 6 for Creaderis and Exo Boom, and I got a little glint off the Irish bottle green dress to my left-hand side. But Emerald Kingdom favourite here for the Filante.
Yes, she's building a picket fence as Quackerjack walks into the gates. Here we go for the Filante.
Now, the light is on. 1,400 metres ahead of them. Emerald Kingdom, the short favourite. Racing. And Emerald Kingdom was one of the first out of the gates. Bergen jumped okay together with Cuba. And Quackerjack is punching through on the rail, so it's a good go for the lead. Looks like Clark wants the front at Emerald Kingdom, and he's going to outspeed them. Bergen came across to second, Cuba third. Quackerjack settles in fourth now, followed after 2 lengths to Prime Star. Similar margin to Star Spangled Rodeo from Yamazaki. Exo Boom and Creaderis resuming is out the back and about 14 lengths off the lead. So Emerald Kingdom with the head on the chest now at the 800 metres by a half length on Bergen. 2 lengths to Cuba. Cuba. Similar margin then to Quackerjack from Prime Star. Further back to Yamazaki, Star Spangled Radio. 2 further back to Exo Berman. Creaderis being revved up by McAvoy and not picking up at the moment. Coming to the turn, Emerald Kingdom just in front of Bergen. Cuba still third, trailing, followed by Quackerjack under the pump. Prime Star, Yamazaki pulling out from Exo Boom. Creaderis still along last. It's Bergen leading up the rise by a length on Cuba, followed then by Yamazaki. Exo Boom's winding up. Quackerjack back to the inside. Yamazaki down the middle, and Exo Boom moved up to join Bergen in the lead. It's Yamazaki and Exo Boom drawing clear to fight it out. Exo Boom just in front of Yamazaki, and Exo Boom finishes best. Exo Boom beat Yamazaki. Bergen third, Quackerjack finished in fourth, and Creaderis has come from a mile back to run a clear fifth. A gap back to Star Spangled Radio from Cuba, Prime Star, and the favourite has weakened out Emerald Kingdom to finish last.
Double for the Snowdens, Mizzou and now Exo Boom. There was an air of confidence about both horses today, and he really stood up, Exo Boom. Can he now go to the Golden Eagle worth $7.5 million in 7 days' time? Number 8, Exo Boom is first. Peter and Paul Snowden, Sam Clipperton beats Yamazaki, number 6, Matthew Dunn and Jason Collett. And is it Bergen? Bergen third in front of Quackerjack.
Yeah, well, who says that he can't do it, go back up? He's got to pass the ballot clause, but they said they're very happy with him. He was third up, it's his pet distance, and he launched on them down the middle. And not much has done that today, and he did it with Yamazaki, who looked all over a winner, so he's run down a flying mare there. The favourite was awful. You could say, oh, Bergen softened him up there, but Bergen stuck on to run third at any old price there. And Quackerjack, a nice return from him. Creaderis, well, he was a beaten horse in the turn. How can you trust horses that get back 6 and 7 lengths off the second last horse like he does, and then late figures are no good if you got no early speed. But nice horse, presented well, and he's hit form.
Okay, they've gone very quick early here. They've run fast overall time. They're just outside a race record, 1:21.27. The race record, a 10th quicker, and guess who holds it? A very good horse, Ronnie. Tom Melbourne, 1:21.17. Now, they went out very quick. From the 1200 to the 800, they were in 10.4 and 10.9. And then they gradually got slower after that. Why wouldn't they? Okay, Exo Boom coming back, 8, 6, 11 and 2 after race 5. Paul, you've had 2 horses today, both win and both stand up and be counted, especially Exo Boom. He went very well.
Yeah, look, we all sort of seen what happened a couple of weeks ago, and he felt the effects of that. He got caught up in it, but we just believe the horse is going well enough. Was able to just produce the best run today and get the job done. But he's always been a talent. He's a big bugger. He's a big animal, and he takes a lot of work. And just believe sort of today and his next run, they're going to be the best of his preparation. So you'll see how we go again next week.
You were happy they were going so quick?
Yeah, look, it helps when you've got a bloke that knows what he's doing, and Sam's been involved with his horse for quite some time now, and he could have easily panicked and started chasing him a long way out, but it's going to hit you at the end. He's not going to have much to finish off with, but slowly but surely got onto Yamazaki's back, and it took us where we needed to, and he was just a bit too good on the day.
Can you get into the Golden Eagle?
I hope so, because I believe you'll give it one hell of a shake, as long as we can draw well, and like them sort of things that can line up on the day. That's just me winning or losing, and this horse is only starting to come to his top now. That'll top him off for next week, and we won't do too much with him, but great thrill for his owners. If they can compete for a $7.5 million race, it's going to be one hell of a party for them anyway.
I'm watching them over here. They're excited about a $160,000 race.
They don't need a lot of encouragement, let me tell you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful to see this horse getting back into the winner's stall. But what is it about you and difficult horses? You seem to be on all of them at the moment.
Yeah, look, sometimes that's just the way the cards you're dealt with. But I don't mind dealing with tricky horses when they have ability, and it's a very satisfying result when tricky horses hit the back of the net, because he's a bit like Marzu. He's very, very, very talented. He's just done a few things wrong this preparation in terms of over racing, but Peter and Paul have done a great job in ironing that out. They put the Norton bit on him, and today actually he was off the bridle and chasing a bit.
It was amazing. It was like a different horse.
Yeah, it was. And look, I was aware they were going quick, and I got a nice drag up from Yamakasi, and I didn't want to chase too early. I know when he's relaxed, he lengthens like, just he covers that much ground. It's quite an incredible feeling. He's probably 18 hands tall and about 10 foot long as well. So
and wide.
And wide too. So talented horse, and if he lines up next week, he'll run very well.
You think that he's very competitive, the way that he raced today, so tractable, so switched off?
For sure. Look, he should have been a chance in the Silver Eagle. He did those things wrong, and then also copped that bad interference. So he was written off there, but today he probably did what we were expecting him to do last week. And like I said, if he lines up next week, he'll give it a shake.
Wonderful to see Connections back on course, enjoying the win as well.
Yeah, it's great. He's got a lot of connections, and they make plenty of noise, which is great. And he's even got his own Instagram page, so he's got a good following, and I'm glad he's giving them a nice thrill.
Yeah, we'll have to give that a follow after today. Well done.
Thank you.
They really enjoyed it, those owners. Now we're up to race 6, the Gaia handicap, 1600 benchmark 78. Mounting Yard brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in technology, electrical, furniture and bedding. Shop in store or online now. One is Mayfair Spirit, Josh Parr for Kieran Maher and David Eustace.
Yeah, look, he might be getting his act together now. He beat a solid midweek field with a big weight last time. The only thing he has to do is bring it back from the 1800 to the mile here. But I think he's capable, obviously, in this grade.
His parades have been a lot better since he won on the Kensington track. I thought that was his best parade, and then I'm going to say again, I think this is even better. He looks as though he's keeping it together. He's got 2 people just keeping him relaxed, and he seems to be a bit of a work in progress and trying to keep him chilled and as focused as they possibly can. So I think he can run well.
Number 2 is Snowfire, Brock Ryan for Team Hawks.
Yeah, there was really nice improvement second up there. Should have finished a touch closer. He meets the winner 4.5 kilos better after the claim, so you could make a solid little case for him here.
He's come on really nicely in the coat since that Rose Hill run. He looks as though he's at his peak fitness, and if he's up to these on his recent form, he's definitely doing more in the parade today, more improvement.
Lord Ardmore, number 4, Lee McGorry and Chris Waller.
Well, he's an ex-Kiwi. He found 1,400 metres too short first up, but I don't think he was too bad. He won second up last preparation, and look, I've had about 5 looks at this bloke thinking, why is he such big odds? I'd like to think he'd have a knockout chance.
He's a little bit fresh and well in the yard, but overall I think this is not a bad parade from him. He's definitely an improver, but I've got a few others in front of him at this stage.
Number 5 is Reformist, Glyn Schofield for Ed Cummings.
Yeah, big improvement last start, tick over trial since, and look, if you could guarantee he was going to reproduce that performance, he'd certainly run well. He did catch my eye. He's a lovely, healthy horse.
Yeah, very healthy. Ed's horses are really well turned out at the moment, and he's no different.
Shibley, number 6, Tommy Berry on for Chris Waller.
Yeah, well, this is a French import, was brought over with a low rating, so he's had room to move, and he's certainly going through his classes now. There was really good money for him the other day, and he surged through the line. I thought he won with a little bit in hand, and I think he'll be hard to hold out again.
He will be hard to hold out again. He's just a progressive type from this stable, and this is probably one of his, I said this last time, it was his best parade, and I'm saying again, it's an even better parade from him. He doesn't carry a lot of condition, but looks-wise, as far as his coat and the way that his fitness has moved on through his prep, you can see he's at his best.
Here is Eliza Beale, number 7, Robbie Dolan for John Sargent.
Yeah, well, there's a change of tactics going forward today with her, and there's some smart money for her as well. Hasn't won in over a year, but has been running in stronger races than this, and there's, like I say, the money around town doesn't lie. She's expected to improve.
Yes, I can understand why she would improve as well. She had a long time between runs, and then she's run really well and up to the mark, and her fitness is a lot better and she's a lot more settled. So maybe she's turned the corner a bit this preparation. She can get a bit moody sometimes, but this is one of her better parades I've seen.
Ruby Tuesday, number 8, Jason Collett for Gary Portelli.
Well, she likes to roll along on speed as well and make her own luck. Had a little excuses there in behind them that Shibley raced the other day, so I think there's a bit of confidence in the camp here.
There is. It's all about the start for her, whether she gets out and whether she puts herself into the race at the right time, and that's something that you can't really tell until she gets on and does it. So her parade's good though. This would suggest that she's going to behave herself, and if she does, she's going to be hard to beat.
Tennis Lady Loves to Gamble, Tim Clark for Bjorn Baker.
Yeah, I want to be forgiving for her. Did it tough and wide last start before dropping off. Previous couple of runs are good. She's a mare that has won up to 19 metres, and from barrier 1 she'll be strong.
She will be strong. I had her on top last time. I thought she presented really nicely, and she seems to be backing it up with another good parade, and you'd have to say that she's one of the main chances after the way she presents today.
Here is 5 Kingdom, number 11, Sam Clipperton for Matthew Dale.
Well, he did catch the eye first up for the new stable, and then probably too aggressive up to the mile last time, so just needs to settle a little bit better than he did last time.
Yeah, look, he presents well. There's a couple of others that I have in front of him, but he does look in good shape.
French Bonnet, number 13, Alicia Collett on for Kim Wall.
Got a good-looking record, this mare now. 4 wins, 8 starts, nice improvement, winning with a big weight there at Warwick Farm. Second up, Yui got off, give her a really good rap, so there's further more to come from her. So adds interest.
Yes, and she looks great. She's definitely more furnished this time around, and she's much more of a mature horse, and you can see that in the way that she's turned out. So she's one of the main chances as well.
And 14 Wild Chap, Jenny Duggan riding for Brett Lazzarini.
I'll tell you what, he's one tough bugger. He can pick up another dividend for his owners here. He loves to chip away and fight, and there's really good educated money on a $27 coat call. He's 17 into 13 on the NOP.
Yep, no knock from my end either. He's turned out beautifully and has done all the way through this campaign.
So they go out through the tunnel. We're about 5 minutes out from race number 6, the Guy handicap, 1,600 metres. Coming up after this, more feature races. The City Tats Cup, 2,400 metres. Then the Bondi. And then race 9 will be the $2 million, the brand new race, the Invitation. They're just emerging out through the tunnel now. Jack Bruce is going to come and have a chat to us from the Kirkham David Eustace yard, but he's watching the big screen. He's just concerned about this horse, Mayfair Spirit. Well, he'll come and have a chat to us now as Wild Chap becomes the last to go down through the tunnel. All right, from the Kirkham David Eustace yard, Jack Bruce is joining us. What were you worried about there? Were you watching something in particular?
Oh, I was just looking at him go down to the start. He's a bit of a funny horse, and I just wanted to make sure he got down there all right. But the team had done a good job with him. Josh Parr seems to be sitting quiet as a mouse, and he was very effective last start with an interesting parade. So here's hoping.
Can you take that midweek form to Saturday Company?
Well, we think so, and we think that's where his future lies. It's just a matter of teaching him to switch off and settle. He's quite hard on the bridle, even in his win with a good J-Mac ride. So bringing him back to the mile is really about setting him up for the future, and we'll ride him with a bit of cover today from the wide draw. That's going to make it difficult, but at the same time, if we're going to teach him to be an Australian racehorse, he's going to need to iron out those kinks.
Okay, is he going all right over there?
Happy with him, very happy with him. Team's done a super job. He's in good order, and fingers crossed.
Okay, they got him onto the track, and the clerk of the course escorting Mayfair Spirit all the way round to the gates. Good luck, Jack.
Thank you.
And now it's time for Lizzie's Pick of the Yard. It is brought to you by Arrowfield, home of champion racehorse, and Group 1 sire, Dundeel.
French Bonnet is the horse that I'm putting on top. I thought that she looked as though she has come on from that last outperformance at Warwick Farm. She looks as though she's progressing nicely through this campaign. And at the double figure odds, I thought that she looked in great order and had to go on top. Of the others, the favourite Shibley is going to be hard to beat. I'm liking two greys at the moment, one a lovely light grey and one a bit of an iron grey. So they're the two that I'm going with. Of the other gallopers, Ruby Tuesday looks as though she's progressing nicely and can take up a handy position if she decides to jump today.
Yeah, tricky race. I'll stay 6, 1, 8 and 13. I'm with Shibley here. He's very solid in the market. He looks progressive to me. I know there's a few meeting better at the weights, and there may have been a couple that looked a little unlucky behind him the other day, but I just think he's got that progression. He's put two straight together, third and fourth up, and he's quite capable of going on the job. I think he'll lead up Ramwick. Mayfair Spirit, whether it's a tick over run for something further, I'm not sure, but I like that he's got his confidence up now, and I don't mind that Kensington race he comes out of, but he'll be ridden quietly out the back, so he'll need luck. 8, Ruby Tuesday, if she gets control up front here, if she jumps and does everything right, she'll certainly give a really good sight. And 13 French Bonnet, I think she was pretty good with improvement to come, and she's got a lovely racing style where she can sit in the first 4 or 5 here and give herself every opportunity. The other one I'm wary of, only because how rock solid she is in the market, is dead set Eliza Beale. So she must be in contention today, looking at trying to read what the marketplace is saying. But the marketplace saying there's favourites hard to beat, 6, 1, 8 and 13, Glenn.
Well, the market, what about this? This is $4.80 to $3.40. Shibley, and since the mounting yard started is $4 in to $3.40. NOP is $4.20 into $3.50, and it only kicks in 20 odd minutes before the race. So $3.40 your favourite Shibley. Eliza Beale is the one we told you during the preview, that firm during the preview as much as 8. Now $3.30 the favourite. 330 Shibley. Eliza Beale was 6, gets to 650, as much as 850 bet about it. French Bonnet, very, very steady since around about 10:30 at $7. It did go up a $5 chance first thing this morning, though. That's the end of the single-figure runners now. You got Lady Loves to Gamble, as much as 16, got into as short as 850, is now 10. Ruby Tuesday, bounced between $9 and $10 all day. Then you go to Snowfire, is single figures out to as much as 13, is now 12. Wild Chap, nowhere near as a significant firm with us as it is on the NOP. It's only moved between 14 and 15, 14, 15, now 13. 5 Kingdom, well, as much as 18 it, as short as 13 is now 15. Mayfair Spirit's the soft one, 7 out to 16. Reformist with the Shibley form is 14 out to $21. And Lord Ardmore on your screen there now, 21 out to 34. 320. This just firms every single moment. Shibley, a $3.20 chance. Not often you see them win a Wednesday race at $3.60. They're $3.20 their next start on a Saturday. But that's your favourite here, $3.20 Shibley over Eliza Beale at $6.50 and French Bonnet, the only other runner in single figures, Greg. And after the last Exo Boom, 51 into 26 for the Golden Rose next Saturday.
Okay, barrier draw for the Golden Rose on Tuesday, probably before midday. The barrier draw for that Golden Eagle, which will be broadcast live on Sky Thoroughbred Central, the $7.5 million race. Now the guy up, 1,600 metres. They're moving in well. Let's go straight up to Darren.
Righto, thanks, Greg. So Shibley's been pretty well supported. Good winner at the midweeks at Rosehill recently. Beat Reformist, who looked a bit of a chance of winning that day. Shibley's heavily backed and Reformist is going off at pretty much the same price. French Bonnet, a last start winner, getting set the grey. Around the $8 mark, the 4-year-old mare, Alicia Collett aboard. So Shibley with the blue cap goes in. Lord Ardmore with the white cap goes forward. And we're down to the last 3, Eliza Beale, Mayfair Spirit and Snowfire for the running of race number 6.
Last one's about to move up, got to lead on.
Emerald Kingdom pulling up with poor recovery there in the previous. And we're just about right now for race 6, the Gaia handicap. The light's on now. And we're all set. Gates are back. They're off-hand racing. No speed by Lord Ardmore, and Lady Loves to Gamble handled the start well. Ruby Tuesday surging through the pack, looking for the lead and finding it in the early stages. Ruby Tuesday is going to lead from Lady Loves to Gamble. Then came Wild Chap, Mayfair Spirit deep outer. They're followed then by Shibley, who parks just behind. On the inside of French Bonnet pushing on. Further back to 5 Kingdom from Snowfire, Elizabeth, Reformist and Lord Ardmore's last of all. So Collett's able to lead here on the mare Ruby Tuesday, and she's a tough nut to crack when she leads. Out by a half length to Mayfair Spirit, 2 lengths to Lady Loves to Gamble. Wild Chap 4th, well positioned. French Bonnet's cast 3 deep the trip. They're followed after 2 lengths to the favourite Shibley and the blue cap in the middle of the track. Deeper out is Snowfire. Then came 5 Kingdom on the rails. Further back then to Reformers from Lord Ardmore as they come up to the home turn, and Elizabeth poking between them. Ruby Tuesday at the 600 metres leads by a half length on Mayfair Spirit. Lady Loves to Gamble stalking on the rails. French Bonnet wider out. Then came Wild Chap from Snowfire, 5 Kingdom. Shibley's in a very tricky spot now at the top of the straight and desperately needs some clear running. Hasn't got it as yet. Ruby Tuesday with a good kick. Ruby Tuesday a length on Mayfair Spirit, then Lady Loves to Gamble. Shibley working into the clear now, 4 off the lead and further back to Elizabeth. But Ruby Tuesday's going great guns. Shibley gives away a big start, but Ruby Tuesday, Jason Collett won it in the first 50 metres. Ruby led all the way, beat Mayfair Spirit and Lady Loves to Gamble. 5 Kingdom may have grabbed 4th just in front of Shibley. Further back to Lord Ardmore from Elizabeth, French Bonnet. Further back to Wild Chap, Reformist and Snowfire.
Ruby Tuesday, 980, 280. Jason Collett, Gary Portelli beats Mayfair Spirit for Ma and Eustace, and Lady Loves to Gamble from the Björn Baker stable. Ruby Tuesday leads all the way.
Yep, and a good result. She does love to lead, and Collett rated her beautifully up front, and And away she goes. She made it nearly impossible for them to make any ground on a Mayfair Spirit. He had to make an early move to get in. I thought there was a merit in his run. He had the hide to loom up and he was just out sprinted. He'll be better probably when he gets up to the 2,000 metre mark. She railed up just behind them there. Lady Loves to Gamble. And Shibley, he just had to work to get himself into the clear there and just couldn't finish off. We'll have to have a look at this race and pull it apart. It just seemed like the back markers had none here. She just controlled things to suit herself, which she loves, and away she goes.
1:34.09 for the mile, 1:34.09, 35.33 the last 600 metres. That's 8, 1, 10 and 11 after race 6. The feature races begin next with the Tats Cup, the Bondi and the Invitation. Harry Portelli, she just loves to control things.
She does, mate. It was a really good, strong win today, and so pleased for the ladies and for the Breast Cancer Foundation to get 10% of a big cheque today.
That's great news. Yeah. Is she one-dimensional? Is that just her?
No, I think that, I think last start, if she'd have got out, I think she would have won last start. I couldn't understand the price difference. You're the favourite getting backed off the map, and I reckon we should have beaten her at Rose Hill. So, she was able to get to the front with a slower tempo over the mile. Fantastic ride by Jason. He got to the front and then he just stacked them up and he just got away at the corner, and gee, she was strong through the line. So pleased for the girls and for the stable. This is a tricky little mare, and for the foundation.
You'll come back for another Saturday race soon?
Yeah, look, the benchmark's getting a little high now, so we need to be careful where we go. But she carried a good weight today and was able to win with it. I'd love to get some black type. She's got a great pedigree. If she gets black type, she's worth a lot of money at stud. So that'll probably be our next target. Just try and get some black type for the owners.
Good luck with that, Gaz.
Thank you.
He was pretty keen on her coming into this, Jason, and he seems to have worked her out. The key to her is getting her out the gates, and she's done it a couple of times in a row now, so she should be good, hopefully.
Yeah, you're right, Lizzie. The Barry boys too, credit to them. They've sort of fine-tuned that sort of probably issue she had. And look, producing like today on a Saturday, yeah, she's got the ability, and now that she's rectifying that racing style, it makes my job easy, that's for sure.
Did you feel like you had it quite comfortable in front?
Yeah, look, I went out there to obviously be up close. There was obviously some pressure, but no one sort of said, look, I want to lead. So I thought, well, beautiful, I'll take it up. And look, as you see, I still felt to be doing a bit of pressure even when the runner come around mid-race, and still made me do a bit of work in front. But yeah, good effort.
Well done.
Thank you.
There's a look at some of the contenders for the first running of the $2 million, the Invitation, coming up as race 9 today at 5:35. $2 million for the fillies and mares. This is the listed City Tattersalls Club Cup, sponsored by Club New South Wales, 140,000 over the mile and a half. And our mounting out is brought to you by Harvey Norman. For all you need in technology, electrical, furniture and bedding, shop in store or online now. Here is Carriff, number 1. Sam Clipperton for Peter and Paul Snowden.
Well, he should be rock hard fit now. He's had his 3 runs back after contesting a real staying test last week, and he survived okay of the on paces, so he'll run a good race here.
Yep, no change in his appearance at all today. He's backing up a really good parade that he had last start. He looks as though he's at his absolute peak, as you just mentioned, Ronnie, after 3 runs in this campaign, and this is the type of race where he can really stand up, so he's got to be a top 4 chance.
Cepheus, number 2, Jason Collett for Matt Dunn.
Yeah, I was sort of worried about him, just looking at the map, thinking he'd go forward, and he's got some tough nuts inside him here, Hush Rider, Sky Max, Achiever. They've gone to the stewards saying they're going to ride him more conservative, and I think that helps his chances because he's only had a 2,000 metre slowly run race, and he finds his good 3 track here. That's where he set up a much improved run at a weight for age. So I don't mind the tactics, and I'm warming to him as some sort of danger to the favourite now.
We've always been impressed by his appearance each and every start, but today he gets the right distance, the right surface, and he's backing it up with another good parade, which he always has done. So everything indicates that he's going to run very well, and I think that he's definite top 3 chance.
Zayrek, number 3, Tommy Berry on for Team Hawks.
I thought he was terrific in the Metrop. He appears the perfect race for him here. Hits his peak at the right time. He goes up 5 kilos in weight. I can understand that. And been a good race to target a couple of Hawks horses in the past. And I think with an even run and a solid enough speed, he's the testing material.
He certainly is, isn't he? I thought that was an excellent run last start, and he backs up another good parade. He gets a little bit warm in places like a lot of these horses are today, so that's not too much of a concern when his demeanour is so relaxed.
Hush Rider from the Gay and Adrian yard, Tim Clark.
I thought he went well, considering how hard he went out last week. He finds his preferred, ride on top of the ground here, and that's his go in life. He'll go to the front here, and he'll set him a merry chase.
Yep, he will, and he's had the right profile and the right look all the way through. It's just he hasn't had the right conditions, and now he gets that today, so expect him to jump out of the ground.
Sky Max, number 5, Robbie Dolan for Mark Newnham.
Been kept fresh since the Collins Stephen. This is appears a target race for him. I'd say look for confidence, and he has had some spec in. He's 11 into 9 on the NOP, so that suggests there's intent with him today.
Yep, exactly, and I think that there's intent with him, and there can be intent with him because this is the best parade I've seen of him all the way through this campaign. He's really starting to glow, and when they adopt their on-pace tactics where they take off a long way from home, you need a horse that's really fit, and that's exactly what he is.
Achiever, number 6, Karen McAvoy, Chris Waller.
Well, he's rock solid in the market, $8. Look, my problems with him, I looked a beautiful race for him if he had the lead on his own, because I think he likes to roll forward and lead. And I would have preferred to drop a rein for him. He's had 12 goes on the good tracks, only 3 placements, where when you get the jar out of the track, he's a different horse. That's the only issue I've got with him. The marketplace says he's right there.
Yeah, and looks-wise, he's right there too.
Terwilliger, number 7, Kathy O'Hara on for Anthony Cummings.
Yeah, look, he doesn't win often. I'd prefer a few others here.
He turned out really nicely, but I'm the same as Ronnie.
Savvy Valentino, 3rd run in 10 days. Bjorn Baker, Rachel King.
Yeah, look, he's in great form. Terrific up in class in the St Ledger last start. He hit the line well. He's had a busy schedule though, hasn't he, of late, and he doesn't get his preferred soft going here as well.
I wouldn't put a pen through him. I think he enjoys the racing. He loves this racing. He enjoys getting to the races each and every time, and I haven't seen any difference in his parade. So I think he still looks good, and the only problem he's got is he always spots them a start.
Here's Torrens, number 9, Jenny Duggan on for Laurie Parker.
Yeah, she was okay without raving last time. I'd just prefer an easier race for him, that's all.
Yep, looks well, but I'm the same. He just needs something a touch easier.
Sound of Cannons, number 10, John Van Overmeer, John O'Shea.
Yeah, he's one of these type of horses. He's very one pace, and he needs everything to fall into place But it's the type of race everything could fall into place for him, and at 60 to 1, he's the best of the real long shots.
The trouble with him is that he needs to relax. That's his biggest problem. He's a stayer and he just gets so up and about in the yard, and sometimes he can parade nice and switched off, and other times he can just start to lose it, and that's what he's doing today. So he's just a frustrating horse.
Our Bambino, number 11, Brock Ryan for Robert and Luke Price.
I think he's ready to win, but not a race like this.
Yep, he looks in great order. Obviously, Ronnie thinks he's not in the right type of race, but I certainly think that he looks as well as he possibly could.
And number 12, Olympic Gaze, Alicia Collett, Paul Perry.
Same thing, similar. He's ready to win the right race, but this is not it.
Yeah, another one who's turned out in their best possible condition.
Okay, runners are about to go out onto the track for race number 7. It starts the quaddie, 2,400 metres, and Matt Dunn has Cepheus. Now, you scratched last week and you trialled instead. You were probably thinking the track was going to be a lot worse than what it was, but are you happy with the decision coming into today?
Oh, look, I think so. We had to make a call Friday morning because we wanted to trial him if he was going to come to this race. So at the time it was heavy 8, and who knew it was going to dry out the way it did. But this probably looks a nice race for him anyway. It's probably better placed in a handicap than what he is at weight for age at the moment anyway. So no, it looks the right race for sure. Just the gate's a problem.
Gate's a problem. You're happy going to the 1.5 miles this preparation?
Oh yeah, I think so. He's had enough miles under his belt now. He's a natural born stayer, and there's no reason why he can't run it. Probably going to have to ride him a little bit conservative from the gate.
Yep.
I wouldn't like to fire him out and blinkers on for the first time last start. He did want to just get a little bit keen at mid-race. If that happened here, we'd probably be in a problem. But I'm sure Jason will find the right spot.
But the firm track is the key to his chances. You've been really waiting to see him out on a deck like this.
Oh, absolutely. He sort of proved first up at Kembla that he loves a firm track, and then again in the Hill Stakes. So, he gets a similar surface here today to what he got there, and he does his best on top of the ground.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
There's Matt Dunn with Cepheus. Prophecy, what do you like? Or you like Zarek? That's what you like.
Yeah, I like Zarek here. I'm 3, 4, 2 and 1. I like Zarek. I think if he gets an even break, he said Tommy's just got to switch him off. I know it's been a little hard to make ground here today, but we're talking about a solidly run 2,400 metre race here. It's not that bad. If you can make up ground, it'll be in a race like this. So we'll leave it to Tommy. I think Hush Rider's the danger. I sort of went into this meeting saying I'm going to bet up on this favourite, and when this Hush Rider gets to double, $15 or something, I'll have a saver on him. $15, he's into $5. He was $11 the day before or yesterday or something, but he's $5 now, so I've missed the boat saving on him. So that gives him a good hope of winning. He loves these dry tracks, and I think he's fast enough to be left alone by Sky Max and Achiever. So I think that's the key. I like the new tactical change with Cepheus, riding quiet and because he hasn't had the hard, toughen up 1.5 mile run. Yeah, just put him to sleep and use his sprint if he can run the distance. I think that's the best way to ride him. And then we'll put in Carriff, who'll just keep chipping away all day. He's ready to go to Melbourne now and run a good race in something. 3 on top from 4, 2 and 1.
Time for Lizzie's Pick of the Yard. It's brought to you by Arrowfield, home of champion racehorse and Group 1 sire, Done Deal.
I'm with Hush Rider on top. I think that looking at him, he gets his perfect surface today. The way that he's been progressing all the way through suggests to me that he's in great order, and the element of him getting a good surface and the fact that he's up on speed, I think is going to really pay into his hands. Zarek has backed up with another good parade. He looks as though he ticks a lot of boxes for a lot of people. And of the others, Cepheus looks as though he is hitting this race at the right time. Not too dissimilar to Hush Rider. He gets that preferred dry surface that he's really going to like. I'm certainly with Hush Rider on top from Zarek and Cepheus.
Okay, Hush Rider, the Pick of the Yard as they head to the gates. Glenn Munsey.
Okay, Greg, your favourite here is Zarek. 240, as short as 220. Now back out to the best price it's been at any stage this week as a $2.90 chance. And favourite here over Hush Rider, as much as $10 this morning, as short as $4.80 is now $5. Cepheus only moved between $5.50 and $6 today. There's currently a $5.50 chance. Then we have Achiever. A best price of $9 today is now $8. And we've got some changes now. Zayrek's now $3 favourite. Hush Rider's into $4.80. Pick of the yard, so they've got a firm. Cepheus stays there $5.50. Achiever stays $8. Skymax, who was 11, got into as short as 9, is back out to 11. Carif 10 out to 14. Savvy Valentino 12 out to 15. And then Torrens 21 out to 34, back to 23. Sound of Cannon's next pick, a $61 chance. So Zayrek easy at the top of the market, and that's only due to the fact of support for Hush Rider, who's been double figures into $4.80 here. Now $4.60 in fact. And then you've got Cepheus very steady on the next line at $5.50. $3.20 now Zayrek. Is a race to get this out. $3.20 now Zayrek. $4.60 Hush Rider, and they're not, the rest of them just not moving.
This is a great view for the crowd on track to see the barriers set up right in front of the crowd. And if they start playing any music at the front here, we could be in for another entertaining afternoon, because they're cheering and roaring for Bob Buffler, the trumpeter. He's keeping them entertained at the moment. They're at the 1.5 miles here with the rail out so far. It's just beyond the 100 metres, about 150 metres from the winning post and a lap of this Randwick course. So there's Hush Rider and Cepheus getting down to the start for the Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Botyard and the Matt Dunyard. Zayrek. And also Skymax and Our Bambino getting around towards the start. So Duff, another very good betting race on this program.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a worry. They don't want to bar this favourite over the last 10 minutes. I don't know why. Maybe it is just the rock hard support for your Hush Riders and Cepheus. Cepheus is really well fancied here, more so than I thought they would be, even though I think they're the dangers. But like I said, I just don't know whether to bet again here or just to get a little bit nervous with this favourite. $3.30 now.
Glenn?
$3.30 now, Greg. $3.30 Zayrek. Hush Rider at $4.40. Cepheus $5.50, Achiever $8.50, and Skymax at $9. Whether or not they're just looking at the fact wide alley and it's going to get back, and there are a number of on paces on here, and whether or not Zayrek can give them all a start here. $3.30. Zayrek $3.20 on the NOP, $2.80 on the New South Wales tote, but tab bidding you $3.30. Hush Rider now $4.20, $10 into $4.20 today. Hush Rider, 2 years since it's won a race. Cepheus at $5.50 and Achiever at $8.50. 2 years and a week, Greg. It won the St Ledger 2 years ago.
Down in front of the wing stand, they're about to call these horses up into line. So let's get up to Darren Flindell for the Tats Cup.
Into $4.40 and second favourite. Cepheus, who races in the white coloured cap, is third pick at $5.50. And Achiever will be one of the on-pace runners, is the fourth pick at $8.50. So, Marto, as you cross, this has been a good go today, Hush Rider. It's been just over 2 years since Hush Rider's won a race. Won the St Ledger here, over 2,600 metres on Everest Day, 2019. And he's been backed off the map here on the dry track, drawn the fence, with Tim Clark in the saddle. Good go, Hush Rider to win it. Zayrek the favourite though as they get set for the club's New South Wales City Tattersalls Club Cup, over 2,400 metres. And Achiever goes into the gates now. Achiever gave a bold sight recently in the Port Macquarie Cup. Goes in. And Savvy Valentino having a good prep set. Carif to join them along with Zayrek, Olympic Gaze, Cepheus. As Skymax moves forward, Robbie Dolan teaming up with Mark Newnham on Skymax. So we're down to the last couple. Sound of Cannons, the other in the OTI Silks, is in the navy blue cap. And we've got 3 to move forward. 3 out of line. Ruby Tuesday dominating the previous. Jason Collett leading all the way, trained by Gary Portelli. So Cepheus coming up to the wide draws. Olympic Gaze goes in. And this is the first leg of the Sydney Quaddie about to get underway. Short run down to the post, one circuit. Gates are back. And they're off and racing, and Hush Rider left really well off the inside. Achiever bounced the gates well, straight up into second, and Torrens parks in third. Terwilliger's trying to get a spot, really being wound up, and gets into fourth now in advance of our Bambino and Sky Max on the rails. Cepheus caught deep in a very awkward spot at the moment, Cepheus. Now back in the field, Zarex trying to get in, caught a bit deep. Cariff is just there underneath, and Berry's looking to get in. Sound of Cannon's next on the fence from Olympic Gaze, and Savvy Valentino's last. Well, the favourite Zarex still hasn't got in. Berry's had a number of looks. He's being perseverant though, and Hush Rider's going to lead them heading to the back by 2 lengths and Achiever. Torrens tucked away on the inside, and Cepheus continues to roll forward. Terwilliger parks in 5th position today. 2 lengths further back to Sky Max, a length off to our Bambino. Sound of Cannon's travelling strongly the rails. Zarek got across on the outside now as Cariff dropped back a few lengths. Olympic Gaze, and last of all is Savvy Valentino. So about 16 lengths covering the field, and Hush Rider has been backed off the map today. Clark's done his job by leading and shows out by a length and a half. Cepheus eventually got to second at the halfway mark, 2 lengths off to Achiever. Followed then by Torrens from Terwilliger. 2 further back to Sky Max from our Bambino, Sound of Cannons. Then came the favourite fourth last, Zarex and the Gold Cap. They're followed further back by Olympic Gaze from Cariff and Savvy Valentino's last. Well, the Hush Rider's not going to give them a chance to get a breather in this, and he just keeps up the gallop down the side. 800 metres to run. Hush Rider 2 lengths clear from Cepheus in second, and getting closer down the outside at this point is Terwilliger, followed by Achiever. Then came Torrens, further back to Sky Max, our Bambino, and Zarex starting to peel white now at the 550 metre mark. So it's Hush Rider in front, has Cepheus off the bridle. Hush Rider still travels from Cepheus. Then came Achiever, moving around them now Zarex, who's starting to come into it well, and Savvy Valentino as well. Hush Rider 2 lengths clear, but here comes Savvy Valentino and Zarex. Savvy Valentino moved up to Zarex. He's got a fight on his hands. Savvy Valentino and neck on Zarex. Torrens is running on powerfully at the end. Savvy Valentino in front, but Torrens is coming right down the middle and topples it. Torrens has got up to beat Savvy Valentino. Zarex staggered into third. Then Hush Rider, followed by Sky Max. A gap back in the field to our Bambino, Achiever, Sound of Cannons, Cariff, Olympic Gaze. Cepheus staggered at the end together with Terwilliger.
Well, that race changed 3 or 4 times down the straight, and this horse is becoming a bit of a giant killer. Not that he's beating up on giants, but he's winning at giant prices. Torrens has won another race at Randwick at big odds. Right down the outside, number 9, Jenny Duggan. The big winner on Saturday for Jenny, a listed winner at Randwick, and Laurie Parker. So the last time Torrens won at Randwick, it was $26. Today, it SP's around 20 to 1. 9 Torrens is first, 8 Savvy Valentino, refuses to run a bad race, and 3 Zarex. Look at the margin between second and third, and think back how it was travelling on the home turn. 9, 8, 3, 4.
Yeah, unbelievable. Torrens, yeah, very well tried late. Savvy's flying, and he looked as certainly the favourite on the turn, but didn't go on with it.
Okay, back with more, the Bondi and the invitation to come.
Well done, Jenny. Well, there was a big smile underneath that mask of yours, and you couldn't hide the elation as you went across the line. Your biggest career victory. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. I cannot believe, like, this horse is amazing. And Laurie was talking to me this morning. She said, listen, every day we backed him up, well, every time. He's done good, won literally. So she said, I'm doing my best. I'm not going to the races because they seem to perform then. So, you know, and he was cherry ripe today.
What was your mind doing going through the run? Because they put on a pretty strong tempo and you must have been travelling quite nicely in behind them.
They put on a strong tempo, but that really suits him. He's a strong bugger. He's a stallion. So he was just really beautiful in the hand today. And like coming around him into the straight, I just thought to myself, my goodness, I got so much horse underneath me.
And you thought, I'm going to win?
Well, I did.
For a moment, did you let yourself think that?
Once I got to Rachel, I was like, oh my goodness, there's nothing else coming, I'm winning.
You've changed zones to be able to ride in the city. You made a concerted decision to do that. You've left your kids behind. They'd be very proud watching you, but it's a big thing to be able to do that.
It is a big thing, but they know what I do for them, if that makes sense. Like, you know, you just want to build a future for your family, and that's what I'm doing right now.
And do you look back on where you've come from, where you started to where you are now?
It's unbelievable. I'm so grateful to everyone for the support. My manager, Luke Hilton, does a fantastic job. There's so many people to thank.
And what's the next goal?
We'll just take it day by day. I'm like a horse with a good prep. We'll just see wherever it takes me.
There must be very proud connections at home.
I think so.
Well done.
Thank you. Oh yeah, sure.
Well done.
Thank you.
Everything you've gone through with going forward.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we certainly hope that you're enjoying day 2 of the Everest Carnival. You've just witnessed the running of the listed $140,000 Clubs New South Wales City Tattersalls Club Cup. Won today by Torrens, ridden by Jenny Duggan for Laurie Parker. For more than 125 years, City Tattersalls Club has been an integral part of life in Sydney. Founded in 1895 by a group of 20 bookmakers, City Tattersalls Club has grown among the largest and most prestigious clubs in Australia. Located in the heart of the CBD in Pitt Street, the club stands today as one of Sydney's finest and most diverse entertainment venues. I'm pleased to say, ladies and gentlemen, that we are joined on stage by Patrick Campion, the chairman of City Tattersalls Club, Dr. George Paponis, the chairman of Clubs New South Wales, and from the Australian Turf Club, we're joined by director Angela Bell McSweeney. It's indeed my pleasure now to call Patrick and Angela Bell forward to present the trophy to Di Parker and Kylie Garrity on behalf of the Winning Connections.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the presentation on behalf of City Tattersalls Club and the ATC. We again extend our congratulations to the Winning Connections of Torrens.
Beautiful, thank you. Just this way, please. Thank you. Thank you.
The $1 million Bondi Stakes over 1,600 metres for 3-year-olds. Runners are in the yard, and this mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman. For all you need in technology, electrical, furniture and bedding, shop in-store or online now. Number 1 is Halal, Tommy Berry riding for the Hawks stable.
Yeah, look, he got to 1,500 and found his form in the Stan Fox. Look, he's always promised. We know he loves Randwick, and he has his chance to deliver the goods by putting 2 together here, and he's very well fancied.
Yeah, he is well fancied. He's well placed as well in this race, and not too much difference in his parade today as there was last week. It's just a case of him putting the 2 together, and hopefully they found the key to him, because he has been inconsistent in the past, but on talent alone, he's got this field covered.
Coast Watch, number 2, Karen McAvoy for Chris Waller.
Yeah, he started favourite in the Stan Fox and seemed to have his chance, and that was a disgrace going down half a length there. Looks a bit of a sticky draw here, but look, he has some time to slot into a position from the Randwick mile here.
He's had a bit of racing on his side, and I think that it hasn't been detrimental to him at all. He looks as though he's in peak condition. He's got a bit of spring in his step today, so maybe he's got a chance to turn the table on his counterpart Halal. But overall, as I said, he looks in a picture of health.
Royal Zell, number 3, Jason Collett, Gary Portelli.
Well, he was a beauty before the Golden Rose, so he's been kept fresh since then. I want to forgive that run. His form prior to that shapes up pretty well. It's just a matter of whether he wanted the jar out of the track.
Yeah, I think he does. I think that's the key with him, is to get the jar out of the track, and that's when he performs at his absolute best. But I haven't put a line through him on looks, because he's developed beautifully from his previous preparation, which I stated when I saw him first time around, and he's progressed quite nicely through each step that Gary's put him up against. So he looks well, he hasn't changed much, and you can definitely say that he'll run a bold race.
Katili, number 4, Sam Clipperton, John O'Shea.
I want to have a little throw at the stumps with him at the better odds here. He was only second up into the Stan Fox, went up in distance. He was well tried in that race. He started $3.80. I just think with a quieter ride, he was up outside the lead. He was only second up, and they were third and fourth up, so it's just too tough for him. I think if he stalks them, travelling on the inside here, if they open up for him, I think he's going to go a lot better than what he did last start.
Yeah, look, I think you're right. I think that there was just a fair bit of improvement in him as well. He is getting a little bit warm just down that neck area and between his flank as well. So it's just slight little things that have got not a negative effect, but just something to take note of when you're having a look at him. So I hope that he can run well. I quite like the way that he has performed previously. And if he puts out that Goulburn run, he's going to be hard to beat.
Anna Cure, trained by the Frenchman Jean Dubois and Jean Van Overmeer on board.
Look, he's a month and a trial since the gloaming, having no luck wide, no cover there. He's had a trial since. The horse have always been waiting for him to win one of these races, and I think he presents pretty well.
He does. He can be a bit fresh and full of himself, but I think today is a day where he seems as though he's a little bit more relaxed than he has been, and I would say that he's going to run a lot better than his price expects him to.
One of 3 runners for Anthony Cummings is Dufresne, number 7, Josh Parr.
Well, he may be just out of maiden class, but he's a nice horse on the improve. You have to like the way he led and put them away. Look, he'll give a sight for a long way here and give a bit of cheek. He has to back up in the 4 pillars, so I wonder what will happen to his weight if he wins this.
Yep, no, he looks as though he's parading very similar to how he did last start, and I would suggest that he's in good form. He's going to be up on speed making his own luck, and you couldn't discount him.
Here's Keefe, number 8, Jay Ford riding for new trainer Brad Widdup.
Yeah, David Van Dyke. He's a consistent Queenslander or ex-Queenslander. He maps well. Not sure he has the necessary quality though.
No, maybe not, but he still looks well.
Lease, number 9, Tim Clark for Anthony Cummings.
Yep, he's going okay in easier races, and Anthony can produce an upset in some of these big races.
Yeah, he certainly can, and he doesn't look out of place in this race, so I don't think there's a knock on him at all.
And he's got another roughie here in Reginald, Alicia Collett.
Yeah, you can't make a case for him, but he's going to pick up a nice little check along the way here.
Yep, look, I think he presents well and has turned out well, but that's probably where it stops.
Okay, that's a look at the runners as they go out for the Bondi Stakes. John O'Shea has Kateely third up today. John, what do you think?
Yeah, we just he had a lovely first up run, and we probably just used him a bit too much for second up. Today we'll give him an opportunity to find his feet, and I think he's a lot more effective when he can just get a bit of cover.
You got Rocket Clock in the invitation.
Yeah, no, exciting race to be a part of, and she's fit and well, and she's drawn well, which is a key today. So I'm sure she'll give a good account of herself.
And in the last, you're live there as well with Quantico and Fashionel.
Yeah, probably Quantico is probably the better chance of the two. Fashionel's just drawn a bit awkwardly, but Quantico, he's third up. He's got firm ground at Randwick, which is sort of ideal scenario for him. Hopefully, they go on a decent enough gallop, and he can get over the top of them.
$1 million Bondi, $2 million invitation. You happy racing for all this money?
I'm happy to be staying in Sydney racing with all this money, Greg. He's just round the corner, so it's fantastic.
Good luck here.
Cheers.
John O'Shea, now it's pick of the yard time with Lizzie. It's brought to you by Arrowfield, home of champion racehorse and Group 1 sire, Done Deal.
I'm with Coastwatch. I thought that he presented very similar to last start with a little bit more pep in his step as he was walking around the yard. So maybe that might be the difference where he can turn the table on the favourite. Of the others, I thought that Kotahili was quite good. He's definitely improved. He gets a little bit warm in the yard, so I would have had him on top, but he was just a little bit warm in that respect. Arnakur, I thought, also presented quite well. He's just a bit cheeky, so I wish that he would just settle down, but he's definitely one that can run a lot better than his price expects him to. And the favourite, he has a tick. He's not in my numbers, Halal, but he definitely gets a tick from the yard.
I'm marking them 4, 1, 2 and 7. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I just would have liked to have seen him not sweat up, but I really think the value is in him because they went into that last run, fourth up and fifth up, and this horse was only second up, lacking experience. I think at home, at a mile, taking a sit, he's got more upside to come. I think it's worth a throw at the stumps with him. So I'll go his way to beat the favourite, Halal, who's got sets his form up well now with the Randwick form, and every time he's been to stepped up in distance here at Randwick, he's performed. He's got to behave himself. He can get a bit funny in the run, and I'd like to see him get some cover or them roll along for him to drop the bit, but he looks lovely and sharp there, doesn't he? Alert. Coastwatch, no knock. Lizzie's happy with his condition, even though he's had a few grand finals now. And Dufresne, number 7, will probably find the lead here. No disadvantage doing that today, and he'll give a kick. 4, 1, 2 and 7. Glenn?
Yeah, well, a market here that's undergone very, very little change all day. Your favourite's Halal, back to where it was this morning at 240, but it's only moved 230, 240 all day. Coastwatch, well, went up 370 this morning. Did just 4 is now 380. Kateely, it's only moved between 550 and 6 all day, currently 550. Then go out to Dufresne. It's hardly moved at all from the $11. Royal Zell, it's only moved between 10 and 12, splits it at the moment at 11. Arnakur was 16 into 12, it's back out to 17. And then the roughies, Keefe, been pretty steady at 26. Lease was, as short as 41, as long as 71 is now 61. And Reginald's 126 after being a best of 151. So a very, very minor moves all day here for the Bondi, but Hilal will run your favourite, Greg. Currently 240 over the pick of the yard in Coastwatch.
So the Bondi Stakes, the inaugural winner of the Bondi Stakes, Kubrick, broke a run of outs today, winning in Brisbane. His last win was in this race. And now we've got the rematch of the Stan Fox, Quinella, Halal and Coastwatch. Duff's picked Kotahili. Anthony Cummings with a trio of runners here, 2 of them at big odds. And they're about to move in. We're almost on start time. There's Arnakur over behind the gates for the two Jeans, Jean Dubois and Van Overmeer. Tim Clark on lease carries the yellow cap, same colours as Dufresne. It wears the red cap. And there is Royal Zell. Gary Portelli telling us earlier in the day that dry tracks are against him. He's already won one today, Portelli, with Ruby Tuesday. They're about to move in. Any late changes here worth mentioning, Glenn?
No, not really, Greg. 230 now, your favourite, and as it comes in 10 cents, Coastwatch gets out 10 cents and no movement, Kateely.
There's Coastwatch on screen. Let's go up to Darren Flindell. This is $1 million race, the Bondi Stakes over a mile.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And the winner of the race 2 years ago won in Brisbane earlier today, Kubrick. And this being the third running, and they're about to go into the gates here. $1 million in prize money is up for grabs. And Halal, the 2.3 favourite, 230, in front of Coast Watch at 390. And Coteal, with Sam Clippin at aboard. Sam's had a good day with the double so far. Coteal at $5.50. And bound to get a better run into this race today. Hannah Kerr, certainly an interesting runner. If you draw back to the Dulcifer card at Kembla, he was one of the best beaten runs of the day there. Dropping back to a similar journey here today. So they're moving into the gates well. Keefe is getting set. Keefe goes forward. Anna Kerr, Royal Zell out of line with Coast Watch. Halal buzzing up a bit here behind the start. And the colt being led forward with the towel drooping around the neck. And the short price favourite, Halal, goes in. The Fastnet Rock colt. Tommy Berry in the saddle. Royal Zell comes up. Now Coast Watch and Dufresne are the last two. So Coast Watch, runner up to Halal in the stand. Fox loads up. And Dufresne,
last one's moving up.
Drawn the outside cell, goes forward. And we're just about right for the Bondi Stakes, over a mile. They're all locked away. Red light on, stand by for a start. Gates are back, they're off and racing. The favourite Halal was second last out of the gates, and Dufresne began very quickly, eyeing off the lead from Keefe, Coteal, and right there on the inside is Lease, but Dufresne's going to lead for fun by 2 lengths to Keefe, and Lease gets into third there in the yellow cap inside Coteal. They're followed then after a length and a half by Anna Kerr, pushing through on the inside of Coast Watch. Further back too, Halal has gone up the inside from Royal Zeller, and the roughie Reginald's last of all. It's Dufresne in front by 2 lengths to Keefe. A length and a half then to Lease on the inside of Coteal. Further back to Anna Kerr, being kept company by Coast Watch, and they're followed then by Royal Zell on the outside of the favourite Halal. In a slightly tricky spot here, Berry's pushing deeper out on the track, and Royal Zell got going, Halal got going, and Reginald is back to last of all. So it's Dufresne in front, but being taken on now by Keefe, and Royal Zell got going. Coteal gets a good run behind them, followed by Leash. Now Coast Watch is being revved up on the inside of Halal. Anna Kerr shuffle back as they come to the turn, and Dufresne trying to beat them off. Keefe in second from Coteal, Royal Zell. Halal gets to the outside. Coast Watch in a bad spot. It's Dufresne being joined by Keefe now. Keefe and Dufresne stride for stride. Halal starting to lengthen, and Coteal between them. 3 further back to Anna Kerr. Keefe got to the front from Halal, and Halal, the favourite, moved up now and put the head in front from Keefe. Charging home at the end is Lease, but it's Halal's victory in the Bondi Stakes. Beat Keefe, and Lease there in the yellow cap got through to run third. They were followed in by Coast Watch from Dufresne, Coteal from Anna Kerr, further back to Royal Zell, and Reginald was about the last one to finish.
Halal continues on his winning way. He wins the Stan Fox Bondi double. He's Group 1 placed twice here in a Sires and a Champagne. He loves Randwick, and he wins the $1 million Bondi Stakes with Tommy Berry up for the Hawke Stable. Number 1, Halal, is the Bondi Stakes winner.
He gets the job done. Took him a while, but then once he got to them, he put them away pretty quickly there. Keithie's run a bad race. The Malta Lease was one of those races, wasn't it? A bunch finish there, Coast Watch, Anna Kerr, and then, Dufresne. And I thought he was out. He had the beautiful run there. I thought he'd do more, Kota Healy, but the winner, Money got it right into a very short price favourite there, $235 at the finish.
He's now $1 million earner. Halal, he'd won just over $500,000 before today. Halal beats Keefe, Lease, and Coast Watch 1-8, 9 and 2. That was worth $1 million. When we come back, the invitation for fillies and mares worth $2 million. Of course, congratulations. He's $1 million earner now, and one thing's for sure, he loves Randwick Halal.
Yeah, he does, Greg. He just thrives here. Obviously, last start, he really put the writing on the wall. But even if you go back to his 2-year-old days when he ran second in the Group 1, we knew he had a special colt then, sort of going into that race. And that day, he probably just got a bit too far back, and the winner eventually come up the fence. But this preparation, he's really started to hit the line and put it all together. And as I said, last start, and then obviously today, he still wants to lay in, but once he sort of gets clear of those horses, he just really fights and he wants to hit the wire.
Another preparation. Are we going to see a really good horse?
I think so. He's just been a work in progress, really. You know, we love making colts. You know, we've made another one in this bloke, and Emirates have been good supporters of ours, and we just love doing it.
All right, well, good luck with him. Well done today.
Thank you.
Well done, Tommy. Well, it was always a bit of a question mark whether he was going to be able to put the two together, but he showed consistency now, and that must mean that he's on his merry way.
Yeah, it was, and he actually switched off quite well for me in the early part, but the race, the pace really came out of it, and there was a bit of a shuffle up, and I ended up 3 wide, but then Jace was 4 wide. So he pressed forward with me, and he still gave me a really nice card into the race. So he put him away again today, but I've got a feeling he's going to be better next preparation. He's still learning what it's all about, and those 2 wins, obviously it was hard for him to get confidence last prep because he kept getting beat, but now he's put a couple together, he might come in a lot more finished horse.
And he loves Randwick as well. That's another good performance here on the track.
Yeah, he does, and there's a lot of good mile races at Randwick in the coming couple of seasons for him, so if he can keep going in the same direction, he might be able to level up against some of the better ones.
Well done.
Cheers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, on day 2 of the Everest Carnival, you've just witnessed the running of the $1 million Bondi Stakes, won today by Halal, ridden by Tommy Berry for Team Hawkes, Michael, Wayne and John. Another fantastic initiative by Racing New South Wales and the ATC with the running of the $1 million feature race, the Bondi Stakes, which of course is run over a mile for the 3-year-olds. I'm pleased, ladies and gentlemen, to say that we are joined on stage by Mr. Russell Balding. He's the Racing New South Wales chair, and from the Australian Turf Club we have director Trish Egan. It's indeed my pleasure now to call Russell forward to present the trophy to Claire Hawkes on behalf of the Winning Connections.
Thanks, Russell.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the presentation, and on behalf of Racing New South Wales and the Australian Turf Club, again we extend our congratulations to the Winning Connections of Hilal.
All right, looking good. Thank you. Smile. Thank you.
I can't begin to know it, but then I know it's growing strong. Wasn't the spring, and spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Good times never seem so good.
This is the big one of the day, the brand new race from Racing New South Wales, the Invitation worth $2 million for fillies and mares over 1,400 metres. And we're about to go in and have a look at them thanks to Harvey Norman. For all you need in technology, electrical, furniture, bedding, shop in store or online now. So, number one, Madame Rouge has joined us. Jason Collett is the rider. Chris Waller is the trainer.
I know there's a lot of value runners in this race, but I feel she is the one. She's had a month in a trial since an improved run there, second up. Typical of the stable, set up for grand final day, and any luck, I think she's in the finish.
She should be in the finish after what we've seen of her first couple of runs in this campaign, and she hits this race exactly at the right time. As you mentioned, it's the grand final run for her, and this is how she is profiled each and every start.
Number 2 is Nudge, another one from the Waller camp, Glyn Schofield.
Very genuine mare, never runs a bad race. Just can't say no to her determination, but just how big a start she has to give them from this barrier. It won't be easy against running these mares down from a long way back.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Look, she's one that has got plenty of talent. This is actually a really good parade from her. I haven't seen her for quite some time, and she looks immaculate and also really strong this time around. So I know she's got to spot them a start, but if she gets a clear passage, she could be the winner.
Here's number 3, Sweet Deal. Josh Parr, John Thompson.
Yeah, good mare in foal. This race has been targeted for her for a long while. Sounds like John's very happy for her. And the more I look at this map, the more I think she's just going to come bang straight across into third spot here. And she just loves these dry tracks.
Yeah, no doubt she's absolutely flying. It's just what sort of run she gets in transit.
Forbidden Love, number 4, Rachel King, Richard and Michael Friedman.
Month in a trial since last start. She's a very good mare when right. I would have preferred a drop of rain, but she's got the best of the draws to map perfectly.
She looks in great order. It's just I haven't seen the best of her for a couple of runs now, but I'm prepared to give her another chance. By just having a look at her today, I would suggest that she could bounce back, but she's not in my top 4, but she's definitely looking in good shape.
First up today is number 5, Media Award, Andrew Atkins for Chris Calthorpe.
Yeah, 175 days. She's a very interesting mare, isn't she? She went a long way in the short preparation last time in, 3 from 3. Big ask first up, but I'm not bagging a winner in what she did last prep.
No, and you can't. She, as you mentioned, she did come a long way, and she's one that has got plenty of natural talent as well. I'm just looking at her first up into the campaign. She looks nice and athletic looking. She's done plenty of work. She's got and she's a delicate looking filly, so I'm not expecting her to carry a lot of condition, but she looks ready to go today, and she could bring a different form reference into this race.
Here is the Kiwi, number 6, Entrevier, Tommy Berry and Jamie Richards.
Terrific New Zealand mare, isn't she? She looks the testing material with even luck. Lovely trial since last start. Obviously would have all liked a better draw, but I'd suggest if she had a better draw, she'd be even money here. So a tricky one for Tommy. I think she'll roll forward and just play her cards to see if she can get in.
Yep, looks magnificent. She's definitely one on an upward curve, and if she gets any sort of luck, she's going to be hard to beat.
Vangelic, number 7, Tim Clark on board for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott.
Yeah, total forgive with interference last start, we all know. Previous Golden Pendant win was good. Tough on pacer, always gives her all and gives the punters something to cheer about.
Yeah, she should get a better run in transit than she has done in her previous start, and that will give her the ability to bounce back, and her looks say that she's going to bounce back as well.
Have a look at Rocker Clock, number 8, Sam Clipperton for John O'Shea.
Yeah, wary of her at odds, obviously, with that second up record that she's got. She usually lifts dramatically. She'll be looking for a split through late to burst through and have last look at them.
Come on nicely from that first up performance. She usually does, and she is one that is got a second up profile, so she looks pretty much spot on for today, and this is the right type of race for her second up into the campaign.
Here's Madam Legend, number 9, Brock Ryan for Les Bridge.
Yeah, lead good form, winning 3 or 4 this prep. She can go forward as well, but this is her stiffest test to date.
It really is. Look, I think she's great. There's no change in her appearance. She's one who possesses a good coach. She's nice and loose in her action. It is her stiffest test, but she's definitely valid to be tried at this level.
Tanner's Ice Bath, Karen McAvoy, Brad Widdup.
I think a lot of people would love to see her win. She's flying without luck over the past 12 months. You just look at her last start in the Epsom. She should have probably figured in the finish there, even on a dry track. I think most were hoping for rain for her, but if she gets a spot maybe on the back of this favourite, That's where she'll be angling for, and that will give her best chance.
Yeah, it couldn't look any better. She couldn't be turned out in any better fashion. She's absolutely flying. It's just luck she needs to go her way.
Next one is Tricky Gal, number 11, Alicia Collett riding for Matthew Smith.
Yeah, terrific effort first up. 1400 suits her much better. Does no work from the inside draw. They're going to try and ride her more forward, so it'll make it a bit harder for those trotters trying to get across if she's usually a back barker, but they're not going to give this inside draw away easily. And she'll run well.
Yep, she will run well. She ran an excellent first up with marginal improvement to come, and she's ticked that box, and you can see that she's now parading nicely. So another one who's got a terrific chance if she gets this luck that she needs.
And now the youngest girl in the field, the only 3-year-old, number 12, Star Tontes, the Queenslander, Robbie Dolan up for Robert Heathcote.
Been up a while, but she's a 3-year-old, obviously, with a big weight pull here. She's suited back to 1400. I think that's the big thing here, and has to be considered. And just saying on this yard before I go back to, I think this favourite is $3.10 into $2.40 since this yard started.
Yep, look, I think with the favourite, you can understand why there's been plenty of market support. She couldn't look any better, but onto the 3-year-old Star Tontes, she's quite a delicate, small, little light type. Her nickname is Pumpkin, so we can see why she's a cute little pumpkin, and she's one that I think can run well, but I would like to see her with a preparation. I think she's a preparation away from being at her very best.
Okay, Gay and Adrian have Angelic in the invitation. How did she pull up after the Silver Eagle, where she struck a lot of trouble?
Yeah, look, things unfortunately go to plan for her. Unfortunate circumstances there, and she suffered a bit of interference, which obviously cost her a chance in the race. But importantly, she came through it well and has had a good lead up since.
How's Tim going to ride her today?
Look to be positive today. Take our time getting across, but certainly want to be leading and be positive or thereabouts.
Good luck, Adrian.
Thanks very much.
Okay, Paul Richards is here with Entrevier. You reported to Stuart she was in season at Rosehill last start. Now, when she walked into the yard, you wouldn't know there was anything wrong with her, but she had a rough trip to the track that day.
Just in the truck, she was leaning on the side of the petitions and did like the next day there was a wee bit of bruising.
Yep.
But in the tie-ups and in the pre-race, she was good.
And she's really blossomed since her last start run.
She went out for a few days to Limitless Lodge after that race at Rose Hill, came back in, had that nice trial, and can't fault her.
Okay, so you'd be pretty confident today.
Oh, well, as confident as you can be without, you need a bit of luck in running from where she's drawn. But if she gets a bit of luck, they'll know she's there.
Okay, good luck, Paul.
Thank you.
There's Paul Richards, father of Jamie Richards. And now it's time for Lizzie's Pick of the Yard, the very first running of the invitation worth $2 million. It's brought to you by Arrowfield, home of champion racehorse and Group 1 sire, Done Deal.
Entrivier looks very hard to beat on the way that she's turned up today. I remembered when she was in season last time and she still put up a great performance from her, and then now she's parading equally as good, but not being in season. So for me, she has to go on top from the yard. She looks absolutely excellent. Of the others, Nudge is another horse that I think has come back from Victoria in good order. She looks as though she's just a fully mature mare now who's hitting this race at the absolute peak of her career. And Madame Rouge, she's another one from the Wallace stable who looks in terrific shape. And that's not withstanding Ice Baths, who you have to add in as well, who looks as though she's also hitting this race at her absolute peak, but just needs a lot of luck.
Late mail for me, 10, 6, 7 and 1. I'm with Ice Bath here. I think things are tough as far as where she's going to sit and back to 1400, but I think if Tommy Berry goes forward on this favourite and Karen finds his back, I think that's her best opportunity of winning this race. In saying that, she'll be very hard to beat on Trevier with any luck whatsoever. So you're betting against the map here with the two I like. Of the others, 7 Vangelic will still be in front, that's for sure. Hard to give a lot of cheek. And I think Madame Rouge is the best roughie. 10, 6, 7 and 1. Glenn?
Yeah, a very, very strong move for this on Trivier. Boys have told you during the mounting yard there. $3.10 the best price all day into $2.50, and it's touched $2.50 a couple of times. The NOP had gone into as short as $2.45, but $2.50 with Tab. Ice Bath on the second line of betting here at $6.50. No great movement in the last hour or so, but it was as much as $8.50 first thing this morning. They're the only two runners in single figures here. We've got Star Tontes, 9 out to 11 now, 10. Nudge, 10 this morning, into as short as 9.50 now, 11. Vangelic, 10 out to 12 today. Rocker Clock was 17, got into as short as 14, but it's back to 17. Tricky Gal, 11 out to 17. Sweet Deal, she was as low as 13, as much as 23, is now 18. Forbidden Love, as low as 13, as high as 21, now 19. Madame Rouge, as high as 23, as low as 16, is now 19. Madame Legend, always around this $26 mark. A Media Award will go to the post as the roughest runner at $34. But the Kiwi, Entrivier, $2.50 favourite at this stage as they approach the gates for the inaugural running of the Invitation.
Yes, 12 horses officially invited to run in this race, set aside for fillies and mares, and a $2 million price tag put on it. So the very first running of the newest race to hit Sydney, the Invitation, a race that's going to grow in years to come. 1,400 metres, there's Entrivier. The signs are positive from the stable today. And Tommy Berry, very pleased to pick up the ride, but Duff, they really love Entrivier now.
Yeah, she's a class mare. Obviously, they've rallied behind her. They say this is the right prep, the Golden Pendant, straight into a trial. They didn't get the barrier that they wanted, but this is the races that they've targeted with her with that $2 million prize money. And punters and I'd say the pros and computers, everyone's come up saying that she's over the odds, and that's why they're rallying everywhere now. $2.50 with NOP and Tab. So it's an intriguing little battle because they're such good mares, and to think that she could be dominating like that when you've got such talent. There's some horse mares at great odds here that need a few little things to go right, and probably including this favourite getting caught a little wide from a tricky draw. But she's 240 now, and I think Tab might be best odds. Glenn, she's 240 with them now as well.
Yeah, 240, Ronnie, 240. Ice Bath just refuses to move from this $6.50 quote, and it's still double figures and better the rest. Star Tonte's 10, Nudge at 11. Vangelic at 14, Rocker Clock and Tricky Gal 17 a pair. Sweet Deal 18, Forbidden Love 19, and Madame Rouge gets out to 21. But Entrevier, no change at the top of the market here. $2.40 dominant favourite for the running of the Invitation.
$2.40. So Entrevier, she won the Scirocco first up, and then was beaten in the Golden Pennant, reported to be in season when she arrived on track, reported to stewards. She ran third to Vangelic that day. She brings over a very, very good Kiwi record. And her record here in Australia is excellent with just those 2 runs in the Scirocco and the Golden Pendant. Sets up beautifully for her here. The punters think so. Tommy Berry in the saddle. Ice Bath, of course, trained by Brad Widdop, has been second in 2 of our biggest races. She was nosed out by Colette in last year's Golden Eagle. They were wide apart, but Colette swept down the outside and got that win. And then she was runner-up in a Doncaster, that famous mile here at Royal Randwick. So no one would begrudge her a win in a feature race like this. But we shouldn't be too worried. She's picked up $2.3 million in the meantime. Great money spinner. But this would be the biggest win of Brad Widdop's career should Ice Bath be successful. So Glenn, what's she settled? Has she settled down at $2.40?
Yes, Greg, won't be moving off this $2.40 chance at the moment anyway. Ice Bath into $6 though. Well, that's probably why the favourite won't move. Ice Bath's firm into $6 and the rest have basically stayed the same. 10 Star Tontes, 11 Nudge, 14 Vangelic, Rocker Clock, Sweet Deal, Tricky Gal, all 18, 21 a pair, Forbidden Love and Madame Rouge.
Star Tonte's the only 3-year-old. She ran 6th in the Golden Rose and 3rd in the Flight. They paid late entries into both races, and then she was going home, but why not stay for a $2 million race? The only 3-year-old in the field. Blindfold on Rocker Clock is going to walk up into the gates and oblige the starters. So let's get up to Darren Flindell for the first ever running. The inaugural, the Invitation, worth $2 million.
5 to move in now. Madam Legend and Sweet Deal are about to go forward. Sweet Deal getting set. Madam Legend goes forward. Vangelic going off at very attractive odds, the likely leader of the field. The lone filly comes in now, Star Tontes. Madame Rouge and Ice Bath are the last 2. Still no result of the Protest Melbourne, and we're just about set now for the Invitation. $2 million feature. Stand by. Last of them in, and the red light's on. Stand by. The Invitation about to get underway. And Trivier, the short favourite, and the gates are back. They're off. Tricky Gal missed the start a little bit off the inside, and Vangelic jumped clearly best, being rousted along early from Madam Legend, and Vangelic will lead very comfortably. Forbidden Love gets up to 3rd, and then Trivier's up to 4th. Ideally positioned early, the favourite in front of Rocker Clock, then Tricky Gal. Further back then to Madam Legend from Media Award deep out. Star Tontes, the filly, gives away a big start from Sweet Deal Nudge, and Ice Bath drop back to last. Vangelic steadies the speed here, and Trivier goes forward. So Tommy Berry takes the favourite up on the outside of Vangelic at the 800 metres. Madam Legend parks in 3rd, then came Forbidden Love. A length and a half to Rocker Clock from Tricky Gal. Madam Rouge, Media Award deeper out. They're followed by Nudge. Now Ice Bath starting a run from last from Sweet Deal, and Star Tontes the last one. Vangelic wouldn't give up the lead. It's Vangelic coming back on in Trivier. A length and a half clear from Madam Legend, Forbidden Love, Rocker Clock, Ice Bath to the outside. They come up the rise now. It's Vangelic and Trivier from Madam Legend, Rocker Clock. Ice Bath is chiming in. Forbidden Love's getting a gap. Tricky Gal held up. Anybody's race here, and Ice Bath's come down the middle. Ice Bath moved up to take the lead from Rocker Clock, then Forbidden Love getting through, but Ice Bath's come from last, and she wins the Invitation, beating Rocker Clock. Forbidden Love 3rd, then came on Trivier and Vangelic. Further back to Madame Rouge from Tricky Gal, from Media Award, Sweet Deal, then Nudge, Madam Legend and Star Tontes.
Good on you, girl. Ice Bath, she finally has her big one. 2nd in a Golden Eagle and a Doncaster. She's the very first winner of the Invitation, and boy, doesn't she deserve that. Number 10, Ice Bath for Karen McAvoy, and the biggest win of trainer Brad Widdup's career. Congratulations to all.
A magnificent, very popular win, and what a tough mare. He made a long run on her. She's got mile form, and they knew she was off the map on every tote and rock solid at the finish as well.
Okay, we're just trying to line them all up for second and third. We've got to go to Brisbane. We'll put all those numbers up. What's run second? Is it Rocket Clock? Yes.
8 and 4.
And a photo still there. 10, 8 and a photo. Numbers and totes are coming up on your screen as soon as they come to hand. And congratulations, everyone's so excited for you and for her that she finally gets a big one that she deserves.
Yeah, I think she does deserve it. You know, it's great to see. It's been a long wait, been very frustrating, but, you know, not only for me, for the owners and the staff, everyone's a part of it, and, you know, it's great to see.
Today, did you come here thinking that everything had gone to plan? Were you happy with the conditions and how it was going to play out?
I can't do anything about the weather, that's one thing I can't do, but look, she's been great. The whole preparation's been flying. I've been trying to keep a lid on it, but you know, I thought we're in for a good performance today if we get the right run.
Finally, luck has gone her way.
Yeah, finally.
She's been so unlucky. This has been the story of a career.
Yeah, it has, and like even early on in the two-year-old career, she was very unlucky there in a couple of those good races, and you know, it's just fantastic to see her get a bit of reward today.
Can you remember when you first heard that the invitation had been born?
Well, I thought, well, that sounds good. You know, I was hoping to get around 2,000 this time through, but you know, I might have to change that now after today.
She's so brilliant at 1,400. She just appreciated that very fast pace.
She did, and you know, good positive ride from Kieran. We had nothing to lose today, and he nailed it.
Is that grand final for her? What do you do now?
I would like to get her down to Melbourne. You know, we have got that race next week, the Empire Rose, but look, everything could have to be right with her. And I mean, this makes it a bit easier winning today.
Gee, that bank balance is looking all right.
It is.
Well done.
Thanks a lot.
Well done, Macca. Well, when you knew that you were on ice bath, you must have been brimming with confidence. And then when you saw the barriers come out, it must have dented your confidence a touch. But she is just awesome today, and that was a perfect ride. Well done.
Yeah, it was awesome. You know, sometimes the barriers just force your hand, and, you know, she's been having no luck. And today was a case of just get the first half right and get her into the clear and let her rip home, because she's been finishing really well without much luck. You know, Brad's done a great job with her, Melissa and the whole team have kept the faith in this mare, and you know, she's a quality winner of that race. She's done a great job, and I'm sure that Brad and the team and the owners are getting a huge thrill out of that. There's a couple of times where I didn't give her the best of spins earlier in her prep, but they stuck with me today, and I'm glad to be able to get the win for them.
Just casting your mind back, you've got actually a long association with Brad before he started training when he was at Darley, and it's just really satisfying to see him get this mare to win a big race like this.
Oh, definitely. You know, Brad was he was doing a lot of the legwork there back in the day at Darley, and you know, Foreman in the main yard, and
taking the heat off Pete more than anyone was, and you know, they worked well together as a team. So it is really pleasing to see Brad going out on his own and you know, forging his own way. And this mare's been a headline act for him for a little while, and that's why it's pleasing to see him get the job done with her today in this race.
She was just narrowly beaten last time in a big feature in the Golden Eagle, so it's her just deserved to get this big feature today.
Yeah, that's right. You know, she's a great mare, and you know, we were worried that the weather hadn't come for her, because she goes just as quick on wet ground as what she does on top of the ground, and that's what helps her out. And but you know, full credit to the mare and to Brad and the team. They've got a cherry ripe, so very pleasing win.
Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, when she started to play, I was like, oh no, but I've got to go, and she was up and ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've just witnessed the running, the inaugural running, in fact, of the $2 million The Invitation. It was won today by Ice Bath, ridden by Karen McAvoy for Brad Widdop. Another fantastic initiative by Racing New South Wales with the inaugural running of the $2 million The Invitation for fillies and mares over the 1,400 metres here at Royal Randwick. I'm pleased to say we are joined on stage by Russell Balding, the Racing New South Wales Chair, and from the Australian Turf Club we have Chair Matt McGrath as well. It's indeed my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to now call Russell forward to present the trophy to Dave McGrath on behalf of the Winning Connections.
Okay. Thanks, Russell. Dave.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the presentation, and on behalf of Racing New South Wales and the Australian Turf Club, again we extend our congratulations to all the winning connections of Ice Bath.
Okay. Everyone looking forward. That's good. Will do now. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, one race to come here at Royal Randwick on day 2 of the Everest Carnival. It is the Southern Cross Group Handicap coming up at 6:10. At this point in time, the chairman and directors of the Australian Turf Club would like to thank all patrons for joining us on track for the City Tattersalls Club Cup Day here, featuring the $2 million invitation taken out by Ice Bath and, of course, the $1 million Bondi taken by Halal. Now, please join us again next Saturday. It is Golden Eagle Day, headlined by the $7.5 million, the Golden Eagle, the 4X Golden Eagle. It will be, of course, at Rose Hill Gardens. Go to theaustralianturfclub.com.au to purchase your tickets. It's a day absolutely that should be on your calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we'd like to thank you for attending, and we hope you've had a wonderful day out, and of course, a winning one.
Last of 10, the Southern Cross Group handicap over 1,200 metres. We've got a benchmark 88 to round out the day. And this mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in technology, electrical, furniture and bedding. Shop in-store or online now. Here's Brutality leading them around. Kathy O'Hara, Joe Pride.
Yeah, Blinker's off first up. He's had a couple of trials. He was very good last preparation, but his best chance at this distance would have been a wet track, which hasn't happened.
Exactly. Look, he doesn't get the conditions to suit him today, even though he's turned out in his best possible condition. But if he does get them, he's in for a great prep.
Marway, number 2, Josh Parr, Mark Newnham.
Look, he's been a touch off the boil in his 2 runs back. Look, last time he was at this distance, remember he bolted in that Wagga Town plate. So he might be able to get more into that rhythm he can get into now that he's at the 1,200.
Can't say why he hasn't come back well this preparation, because he always used to be a trickster in the yard. He used to play up and get above himself, and he's pretty much perfect. So I could leave him there with a place chance, just the fact that he's parading so nicely.
Okay, Lord Olympus, number 3, Robbie Dolan, Mark Newnham.
Well, he was good getting the job done second up when he was back to 1,000 metres there. He maps well from the draw, but he does have to rise 6 kilos here.
Couldn't look any better. He's turned out in his best possible condition, and I could leave him there again with a place chance.
Volpine, number 4, Jenny Duggan. She's had a big day already, and so has Brad Widdup.
Yeah, Bazzy White, and she just hasn't found a form so far this preparation. I just have to wait until she shows a bit of form again.
I'm exactly the same. She's just not the same horse as last prep.
The bolter is Ever Loyal, number 5, Lee McGorrian on for Sam Kavanagh.
Yeah, he's had a lot of injury problems throughout his career, and it's been a long time since he's shown up.
Yep, if he is fitter, but I prefer a few others.
Here's Bellucci Babe, number 6, Tim Clark, Bjorn Baker.
Nice mare, 2 runs back are great. Just a little query that she runs the 1,200 right out, but she'll get every opportunity to do that today. 3rd up, pretty fit.
Very fit, yeah. She's hitting this race at the perfect time in her preparation, and I could entertain her running very well.
Surreal Step, number 7 for Team Hawks, Jason Collett.
She can pull a run out fresh, and especially there's no trial, capable fresh. I think the yard is an interesting call from Lizzie with her.
He is very fit and forward in condition first up into the campaign, and you're right, he can pull a run out. He does get better throughout a preparation. I've seen him more inclined to be better second up into the prep, but he's one of those horses that is actually better early on in his campaigns, and you can see they prepped him up in that type of in mind.
Down from Newcastle, Pandano, Jay Ford on for Paul Perry.
Well, he's a better horse than what we saw first up. Now, you see his trial sense. I thought he went terrific in that trial. They put up 100 to 1 here. Maybe they're getting him ready for something maybe over the Hunter meeting. But look for him to run much better looking at that trial.
Yep, come on nicely from his last start performance, so he could run well.
The favourite, Gravina, Karen McAvoy, James Cummings.
Yes, we all know what happened. The left 2 runs back from a spell. He should have won both, and he should have won them both easily. Just needs even luck. I'm not sold on barrier 1 with him, but we've missed the start with him. He's an odds-on favourite now, would you believe it?
Yeah, well, he's exactly right. Each run he's been a little bit unlucky each time. Is this his race? Well, he's got the looks to do it, and everyone's tipping him, so hopefully he can get the job done for the punters. But he hasn't changed much in his appearance. He hasn't improved. He just maintained his physique.
Electric Girl, number 10, Brock Ryan for Hawks Racing.
Yeah, underrated mare. She gets in light. I can't knock her. She's got a place chance at odds.
Yep, exactly. She's very much one that progresses quite well through a campaign, and she's now heading this race 3rd up. So I couldn't knock her on looks. She's at her peak. I do prefer a few others.
Now we get to the John O'Shea pair, Quantico with Tommy Berry.
Look, he's a lightly raced improver. Up in class, 3rd up off a win. Stable's in good form. Just goes from a good barrier to a so-so barrier.
Did a good job last time out at Rosehill, and he continues to hold condition nicely. So it's just a case of him getting a good run in transit, and he'll be finishing off strongly.
Stablemate is Fashionelle with Rachel King.
Had a couple of trials, winning the latest one. She's going to be ridden quietly today, conservatives, where usually she's an on-pace mare. So she's a market watch. I'd say she'd be better with the run, just looking at the profile of her.
Yep, she looks as though she's probably going to be better with that run under her belt. She gets a bit warm in the yard, which is normal for her, but she's definitely filled out again, and she's looking in good shape and in for a good prep.
And one more Kinlock, number 13, Alicia Collett for Chris Lees.
this is the one I want to get a push from Lizzie for. I think he might be the value runner outside the favourite. He's a nice horse, totally unsuited by a slowly run 1,000-metre race there first up. Huge improver here, lightweight. I think he's one of the top picks for me.
Yep, improved massively from that first up performance. He'll be spotting them a start, but he looks as though he's in the right race to be hitting the line strongly, and that's exactly how he presents.
Okay, Bjorn Baker, the talented Bellucci Babe, third up today off a very good run in the Nivison.
Yeah, it was a great run last time, and she's really well. She's yet to win on a Saturday, but she's definitely up to it. Of course, a stakes placing last time. I'm really happy with her.
And you'd think third up in this preparation, she's ready to go bang?
Yeah, I hope so. It's hard racing. It's a tough race, no doubt about it. But she's a quality horse. She's going to go on to compete in stakes races for a while, I'm hopeful of. And I think she's got a good gait. Tim's confident.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
He looks as though he's one that hasn't improved. He's maintained his physique, and that's good enough for him to run very well, and the market loves him. So happy to go with Bellucci Babe on top from Gravina. And if you're looking for value, I thought the look of Lord Olympus would definitely hold him in good stead to run very well.
And that was Lizzie's pick of the yard. It was brought to you by Arrowfield, home of champion racehorse and Group 1 sire, Done Deal. Now it's time for the late mail with Ron Dufficy.
Yeah, I'm 9, 13, 6 and 10. Like I said, we missed the start with the price here. He's odds on. But I think if he gets a clean break and runs to form, he should beat them. His sectionals were off the chart there, second up, after finding the worst going first up. So give an even break, I think he wins. I think the bet might be maybe the Quinella with Kinlock, maybe a little saver at the price. I don't want to take the odds on, but I might even spec him just in case something goes wrong. Kinlock, I think he'll run well. No knock on Bellucci Babe. She's beauty. She's ready to go. Third up. Just has to tick the 1,200 off. And 10 Electric Girl, I feel, should be included in those multis down the board. Keep an eye on Pendano here at 100s. He's going to go more forward today. Just can't see him as a 100 to 1 chance. 9, 13, 6 and 10.
Yeah, odds on Gravina. So from 240 all the way into as short as $1.90, now just back to $1.95. Favourite here, Bellucci Babe, the pick of the yard into $5.50, been hanging around the $6 mark all day. Then we go, only one other runner in single figures is Quantico, who is at $7.50, and then 11 a pair for Electric Girl and also for Kinlock. And then you get out to $23 and longer the rest. So carrying the hopes of the nation here, Gregory. Gravina in the blue jacket for Godolphin. Bellucci Babe, hard second favourite. Quantico, only other runner under $11 at $7.50.
Okay, they're getting around to the gates. We're going to maybe run a fraction late here for race number 10. So Halal took out the Bondi Stakes for Team Hawkes. He'd been Group 1 placed here at Randwick, and now he's taken out the Stan Fox and Bondi Stakes double. And then just moments ago we saw Ice Bath come rattling home and win the first running of the Invitation. A race that's going to grow. It's a $2 million race for the fillies and mares, and it's only going to get better and better. Jenny Duggan got her biggest win of her career when Torrens won the listed Tattersalls Cup. Another one that blew them away late. And it was the Brian Crowley. We're going to go way back to race number 3 on the program, and it was Mizzou winning for Peter and Paul Snowden, winning our other listed race. And a nice performance in the 2-year-old by Ohai for Godolphin, a filly. In fact, filly's running 1, 2, 3 in the 2-year-old race, beating all the colts. So the call to the post gets us to the gates for the last, Ronnie, the get out, 1,200 metres.
Yeah, the thrill seekers are all on here. I don't know if it's going to touch evens again, but all eyes are on just getting off the right time or poking through. Are they, after seeing the previous race, it's looked like the inside's been okay all day, and then you see Ice Bath come steaming down the middle. Does that leave a little bit more room for Gravina here? No, I think all he needs is clear running, I must say, but she's, well, he's pretty short. $1.90 the totes, $1.95. Is there any $2, Glenn, at all?
I can't see it at the moment, Ronnie. $1.95. I can't see black figures anywhere. $1.95 here for Gravina. $1.95. Bellucci Bay back to $6. Quantico into $7. And Electric Girl and Kinloch stay 11 a pair, and then you get straight to $26 for Lord Olympus and Marway. So $1.95 here, Gravina. In the last, there is Karen McAvoy, and it will run the dominant favourite here over Bellucci Babe and Quantico. So Bellucci Babe just to out the roll, Quantico in the roll, and Electric Girl and Kinloch unmoved from $11 each of two. I'd say, no, I don't think you'll be getting the black figures, Ronnie.
Okay, Tim Clark riding Bellucci Babe. It's the pick of the yard for Lizzie, Bellucci Babe, Bjorn Baker. Gravina, third first up behind the ill-fated Triple Ace, and then second behind Big Parade last start when Gravina gave away a big start, rounded them up, but it was too late, and Big Parade held on for the prize. But speaking to Darren Beedman much earlier, a more positive Gravina today, certainly not as far back. Now let's go up to Darren Flindell for the final race of the day. Here's race 10.
They're starting to move in well. Kinloch about to move in with Gravina. So Karen McAvoy in the saddle. Karen will be in a very good mood right now. Successful on the mare Ice Bath in the invitation. Nice ride by Karen as well. Put her into the race at the 800 metres, having settled last. Sam Clipperton running second on Rocket Clock, and his tactics certainly controlled the race, really. It kept in Trivier deep out and forced her to go on with the job and take on the leader. So it was an exciting race. Quantico buzzing up here today, a last up winner at Rose Hill. And the larger crowd today getting to him. Bellucci Babe about to move forward with Pandano, Fashionel and Surreal Step. Surreal Step in the all-orange jacket. It's the Southern Cross Group handicap, 1,200 metres. And the last couple getting set. Fashionel's been trialling well, but drawn the outside, barrier 13 in a field of 13. So we're just about right. Randwick goes on holidays after today, and we'll prepare for the summer. Golden Eagle Day at Rose Hill next Saturday. And Canterbury on during the week. So we're just about right now. Gates are back. We're off and racing in the last. Kinloch blew the start off the inside, and Volpine was one of the first out with Marway and Pandano sent forward. Surreal Steps going forward, and Bellucci Babe there, and Gravina's up running 6th early, followed by Electric Girl. Then came Brutality from Kinloch, Quantico. At a gap back in the field, Fashionel's pulling from Kinloch there, and Ever Loyal is last of all. So racing to the front clearly is Marway. Out by 3 lengths on Volpine, then Surreal Step from Pandano, and Gravina continues to improve on the rails, and Bellucci Babe staying right with the favourite as they go past the 600. 3 further back to Electric Girl, then Lord Olympus from Quantico improving. Brutality, Fashionel, Kinloch, and Ever Loyal is the last one. Into the straight now, and it's Volpine in taking the lead away from Midway. Didn't find much. Volpine 3 lengths clear from Surreal Step. Then came Bellucci Babe. Gravina's grinding behind them. Quantico gives away a big start, making good ground. It's Volpine 2 in front from Gravina, and Quantico's winding up. Volpine, Gravina, Quantico the outside. Quantico moved up to Volpine, and Quantico got up to win it. Quantico nailed Volpine and Gravina. Electric Girl fourth, followed by Kinlock, Surreal Step, and then came Lord Olympus, followed by Bellucci Babe, Pandano. Further back to Fashionel Brutality. Midway dropped out together with Ever Loyal.
Nice horse. John O'Shea wins the last race on consecutive Saturdays. Promise of success last week. Quantico this week. Tommy Berry and John O'Shea. Volpine at any old odds trying to spoil all the parties, and then Gravina didn't get going until very, very late. It took an eternity. And Quantico right over the top is going to get up and beat Volpine. The roughie runs second. Does it? Yes. And then Gravina.
Yeah, well, he's obviously a nice horse. He's 5 from 9 now. He's been very well looked after by John. He's a fully mature I Am Invincible, and he's really hit his straps. What an improved run. Where did she pull that from? Well, it's been really a big, big day for the Widup stable at any old odds. Geez, a bit of a flopperoo, wasn't he? Gravina. He was out in plenty of time there. He followed the second mare through. He peeled off her back and was given every opportunity. So it's just been a nightmare for his supporters. The whole preparation, and Electric Girl has battled on into 4th place there. She's run well. Well, what can you say? The favourite a flop, the winner might be a nice horse.
Yes, numbers going up 11, 4, 9 and 10. John O'Shea's with us. He was here this time last week with another promising horse. Quantico looks good, John.
Oh, he's just a winner, Greggy. He's had a few little issues that we had to take some time. To be fair to Harry Mitchell and the boys at Yarram have done a great job preparing him to send down to us this time, and he's just been a really happy horse, and he's racing accordingly. He's a horse that we've always thought very highly of, and that's why we kept him a colt probably a year too long, but ultimately now we've got a racehorse and a real racehorse.
And what's next?
Oh, there's a race we've had a race picked out for a while.
What day is it on?
In another state, which we don't mention in public here. No. And he might find himself in Melbourne on Cup Day.
All right, another Cup Day runner. All right, we're not going to tell anyone. Just sneak it down there.
Yeah.
All right?
Cheers, mate.
Good on you. Well done, John. 11, 4, 9 and 10. 19.19 they've run in the last, 34.47. Lizzie will catch up with Tommy Berry when we get a chance. But live from Randwick, that's it.
Well done, Tommy. We've got some guys yelling over the fence saying it looked like you were never going to get there, but did you ever feel like that?
I actually missed that. I couldn't hear it over him again.
They said like they didn't think you were going to get there. Did you ever think you were going to get there?
I did. I thought the leader had pinched it a bit on the corner, but he's got such a devastating turn of foot, this guy, and he's still going to be back. He's still going to be better next preparation. He's still learning his craft a bit. He wanted to run around a bit in the straight, but he's a lovely horse.
Isn't it great to have crowds back on track? Isn't it great to have crowds back on track?
Yeah, no, it's good. Maybe we should start doing the interviews over there.
Yeah, well done.
Cheers. Oh, yeah, that was yours.
Yeah! 90 to 1!
I didn't even recognise your colours.
No, I know. Get right in the first.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for the right, guys. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Well done, Josh. Hey, well done, mate.
time. One more time. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah, alright. Don't stop the dancing. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah, alright. Don't stop the dancing. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah, alright. Don't stop the dancing. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah. One more time. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah, alright. Don't stop the dancing. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah, don't stop the dancing. One more time. You know I'm just feeling celebration.
Contemporary, our first favourite. They're all locked away. The Kirkham field ready for dispatch. Waiting for the all clear. Set now. And the gates are back. They're off and racing, and Bell Ryer left the gates really well. Queen of the Ball was fast out from the wide draw, showing good muster. And now Secret Revolution's pushing forward. They follow just behind to Oh High. Had a lead position from Snitcat. Then came Midori Fuji. Further back then to Troach on the rails. Shervo's pushing forward there in the white headgear on the outside of the favourite Contemporary. He's getting a bit cluttered up. Further back in the field to Ra Camello. Well back then came Romeus from Talento as they come around the home turn, and Secret Revolution got to the front from Queen of the Ball. Oh High tucked away on the inside. Further back to Bell Ryer and Snitscat inside the 300 metres, and Queen of the Ball took the lead away from Secret Revolution. Then came Oh High. Shervo sticking to the task wide out. Queen of the Ball's wobbling all over the place, and Oh High went up the inside. Late on the scene is Snitcat. It's Oh High and Queen of the Ball. Oh High, Queen of the Ball. Oh High got there just. Oh High bit a very erratic Queen of the Ball. Snitcat in the blue cap running third, and then came Shalatin cracking with a cracking run late. Further back to Shervo, Contemporary. Deeper out was Ra Camello. Secret Revolution dropped out, followed then by Bell Ryer. A gap back to Midori Fuji from Romeus Troach, and Talento was one of the last to finish. Stand by for a start. Ready here for the Tab Highway. Gates position wide out here over the 1800 metres with the rail out today. Stand by. Gates are back and they're off and racing. Kitzbühel given a real wind up out of the gates from the low draw. Freedom Square bounced out really well, going straight to second, having a pop for the lead. Brother Bassi and Homogony are both handy. Then came Laughing or Crying, well positioned on the inside from the Fossil. They're followed by Lord de Sanamo, who parks about midfield on the outside of Foodie King. And they're followed after a length further back then to What's In. Just up in front of those is this is So in the orange jacket. Now back in the field we've got Red Hot Chili Pins, one off the fence Foodie King. What's In scored 3 out, and a gap back to Proven Class and Battle Guardian as the field starts to string out a bit now. And Kitzbühel has given a good rev up out of the gates by Clark, shows the way from Brother Bassi, the margin 3/4. Freedom Square into a great trailing position third, then Laughing or Crying. Further back to Homogony, then came This Is So punching through on the rails, a length for the back to the Fossil. Watson's cast deep for the trip and inching a little bit closer now. Lord de Sanamo's behind, followed then by Red Hot Chili Pins. Now back in the field is Foodie King, Proven Class and Battle Guardians last of all. They race to the